Is it a new link or will the same link
it'll be a
work?
new link for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, my computer didn't quite die, but it kicked the stream off for sure. Gotta get change made tomorrow. And get some snacks.
Yeah, I picked up snacks.
I was getting the last day just so that those bananas stay a little bit fresher, like one extra, because like the humidity of the show and stuff like that, like just kills it.
I was looking at the schedule, and that Saturday is 9:30 to 7. You need to bring in like burgers and shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in. I could give a fuck. Like it's like I'm going to get some food. Like I'm not gonna make myself sick for a comic convention.
It shouldn't go that late on Saturday. It should be like 6. You're open all day. Nobody needs to be shopping 6 to 7 o'clock that night.
And you know what? And if they're not, then I'm packing the fuck up. Alright, I sent you the link. Just make sure that the folks show up. Boom. Okay, cool. I'm seeing more concurrence. Many apologies, guys. The computer done died. Jimmy, hit it when you're good. More of a thumbprint will do the trick. Try one. Is it frozen?
Yeah, your hand's not coming up. Maybe it is. All right.
Yes,
Are you
sir.
ready?
Let's do it. Welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Manga Quest 2023 Part 2 is going to be underway soon. We booked the trip. We've got a lot of people who are going to be out there. There are lots of fun new things going down that I can't wait to get videos of and make episodes of. But I didn't yet show off the haul from the May trip from 2023 to Tokyo, Japan. Want to let you guys know that we are a daily YouTube channel, and we have more than 1,400 videos up there right now today. We might have talked about your favorite comics. The way that you find that out easy is to hit the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Pop in a search for your favorite titles. If we did not talk about your favorite comics, you must let us know so that we push those comics to the top of our to-read pile. So many of the comics that we've been talking about lately are a result of the Cartoonist Kayfabe audience, and we appreciate your feedback. We have a Patreon for our biggest supporters, and the King Kayfabers on our Patreon have the opportunity to see all of our videos before anybody else. We got a few dozen of them hanging out with us in the live stream recording session right now that we provide to them. And without further ado, Jimmy, can we just give a quick breezy look through a gang of books that I brought back from Tokyo, Japan?
I don't know how quick and breezy it'll be, but let's dive in.
And there is a caveat to this because I got an additional 12 issues of Shonen Jump. I like to get a year's worth or a decade's worth of Shonen Jumps. You know, like one issue from every year from the periods that I like. But I filtered those into my Shonen Jump section, and I didn't want to think about like which ones did I get that I didn't show off yet. So that is to say that when I go out there, I'm not playing. First thing we'll show off right now, man. We talked about it on the stream when we got back. Brian Moss and myself, we went to an Amano art show. The artist responsible for the designs for Vampire Hunter D and the Final Fantasy series, and did some work with Neil Gaiman on Sandman. But Amano had an art show. We've been to Amano art shows there before, and they're all actually the kind of same. He's really kind of cashing in on his legacy right now. So it's not original art that you get to see. They're selling these super expensive G-clay prints that frankly are very tacky, but the rich people who show up are happy to divest their funds that way. So they'll do stuff like, you'll see images from Final Fantasy that, like, if you know what they are, you know that it's like pencil with watercolor on top, and then in their printing process they'll take the pencil portion and make it like a gray metallic ink, and it just obliterates the aesthetic. But this cool catalog was there, and is plenty. This is something that I would like to do a video on in the future.
Yeah, this stuff looks amazing.
The prints are amazing, and I think some of them were 2 size, and some of those drawings were fairly big. There's the Vampire Hunter D. Tiger Mask, dude.
Yeah, all of these look really impressive.
Yeah, lots of methods and materials on display. You recognize that from like the Dream Hunters, Sandman type aesthetic.
Yeah, the mark making in different material is really nice.
Heck of an artist. And with that in mind, I also went to a Katsuya Terada art show. He did one of the covers for the Cruel to Be Kin Shaolin Cowboy series, friend Jeff Darrow's. I know his work. He did the artwork for the Virtua Fighter video games, like the ad art and stuff like that, the box art. So maybe he designed the characters. But I went to one of his art shows that was very cool. First off, he's a cool guy. So, like, he's like, yeah, take as many pictures of my stuff as you want, whatever. Because, like, they're very cagey out there. No photos, please, type stuff. And what he was promoting was, what the art show was about, he had, like, skateboards, and he had just, like, corrugated pieces of cardboard and stuff that he would put, like, a white gesso or white paint all over it. And so it would be very uneven, and you would see the brush strokes, and it would be caked up, and then he would do a pencil drawing over top, and he was able to use those brush strokes from whatever white media he was putting down on the page, and he was able to incorporate those textures into the gray of his pencil to create great effect. He could communicate feathers, he could communicate metal, all using the brush strokes of the gesso or primer or whatever he was putting down there.
So it sounds so weird.
Super weird, but really, really gorgeous stuff. Just a heck of an artist, and give him any tools. It was a very lo-fi kind of show. Like they were mounted. These pieces were mounted on corrugated cardboard, and very, very lo-fi, very punk rock. And on the way out, I had to grab this sketchbook. I've seen the sketchbook there for years. It will be like in the Sakaido art store. But I think this is signed, so.
Yeah, it's a nice sketchbook. It's nice that they have like 4 color mixed in.
Yeah.
So you get some of the painting and marker and different media.
When you go to Nakano Broadway Mall, there is the main kind of Tankobon store, and it's the one, like when you go up to the 2nd or 3rd floor, you notice like above the store there's like all that pipe work, and then there's like Kamen Rider masks and a big collage of tchotchkes and stuff. Like that's the main Tankobon store. And my lesson to you guys is do not sleep on the outer hallway of that shop where it has discount dead stock books, because I think you get 3 books. It's like 200 yen or 3 books for 220 yen. And this is where I got this Violence Jack.
Wow.
And this Mazinger. And this one, I just took a shot on this one. I don't know what this is. But, like, look at that cover.
Yeah.
And this is that... this is the era of comics that I'm really, really up on. Where straight pen and ink, no frills, no fuss, no muss, no digital stuff. Like, let me see people labor on these pages. And, this one was pretty cool. But...
It's amazing that there's a lot of labor on those pages. It looks amazing, and it's not necessarily something that you can recognize.
Right.
Like, it hasn't been... That guy may not have been translated in
Totally.
English. It's wild.
We did a video on Mazinger, a color Mazinger graphic novel that First Comics put out some years back, like I think in the 80s. But I think there's like 3 or 4 volumes of the proper Mazinger story.
Cool.
And this was, 220 yen for 3. Like
it's almost 50-cent books.
Pretty much. Pretty much, man. So
yeah, that stuff looks fun.
Violence Jack is another Go Nagai. I was planning on and we will do a Go Nagai video and just show off like 5 or 6 like cool big works. Can't really look in here too much. I didn't prep anything, but this is a precursor and it is an inspiration for Fist of the North Star. The Violence Jack is very much like an Outlaw Kenshiro.
Is there an English translation of this?
There, I don't know about the comic. Maybe the Kayfabers can let us know, but I do know that there was like 3 episodes translated in anime. So had to get some, and then I did another round of so that was like these 3 for 220, and then I got some Tar-chans. We talked about Tar-chan when we were looking at some Shonen Jump. This is like the Tarzan parody guy who flies around by flying squirreling his nutsack, and it's real obscene. Like I looked it up whenever like putting imagery up for the video when we were looking up. What he does is like he grabs each testicle by his toes. So like he pulls them down that way, and then with his hands he takes like the loose skin and holds it up to create a big sail, like a kite. I could have put together the whole run of Tar-chan books on that discount rack. And I was like, and I had a stack, and I'm like, you know what, 3 volumes will do. Kaze Shinobu is a guy who was a big revelation to me the very first time that we went out to Japan. Had some friends put that Ryu, Strongest Man on the World or Strongest Man on Earth comic in my hand. It blew my mind. I knew his work from Heavy Metal. I have the issues that translate a few of his very short stories.
And we show off that Strongest Man on Earth in a previous Manga Quest video.
And
well worth your time if you guys haven't seen that yet.
And we made its own video.
Oh, okay. Yeah. It's so phenomenal.
Kaze, Kaze, Shinobu, Shinobu. You can find the video, and you can see what makes Ryu so cool. But I'm on the quest. Like, I'm putting together a good run. I have so much of Kaze's work. He was an assistant to Go Nagai, so his early works kind of still have a little bit of that stink on it. Definitely got influenced by Drew Lieh as time wore on, but definitely one of the noteworthy assistants of Go Nagai. And this is a more Gekiga, adult oriented, Golga 13ish type story. Not yet translated, of course. Goseki Kojima, the artist behind Lone Wolf and Cub, Samurai Executioner, and a lot of other cool works, had a giant career before he hooked up with Kazuo Koike. And I wanted to just grab some representation of what his work was before he hooked up with Kazuo on their sort of masterworks. And you could see off the bat, he's pretty freaking tight. I think he was an assistant to Sanpei Shirado, Kamuiden artist. And Sanpei Shirado, fast worker, and you really can see on these pages that Kojima can work with some speed, but also make very cool, compelling images.
A lot of value in these too. Some of these books that we look at, it's black and white.
Right.
This has a lot of grays on every page.
Yeah. That's
so a full range.
It's a hallmark of his work. I think this might. Tell me if I'm wrong, Kayfabers who understand Japanese, but I think I might have picked this up specifically because he also writes it himself, which is a rare. Once he hooked up with Kazuo, he was with Kazuo.
This is cool. This is something that I think you mentioned. I don't know if it was on air or before, whenever we were just talking about what you found.
Right. And specifically at the Comitia Comic Festival. So we went to Comitia again. It happens several times a year. And I'm booked to go out there November 15th through December 5th. Specifically because on December 3rd, Comitia is going on again, and I'll go there for my third time. But I mentioned this as something that was on my mind, but I didn't scoop up that first go round. Imagine, it's not very thick, right? I had a bag full, and I couldn't imagine sticking anything more in my backpack. But I kept thinking about this, and shouts to my homeboy Tatsuya, man, the dude that I hang out at Comitia with all the time. He presented this to me. I guess he was watching that stream from Comitia, and it's just a bestiary of monsters that pull from the kind of like aesthetics of sushi and sashimi.
Yeah,
So
it's really beautiful art. Makes me wonder if this is real media or if it's digital.
I do think it's digital. I'm quite sure. I think almost everybody works digital out there. And it might even be like Illustrator, like vector stuff, because she had a setup with like stuff, these small things blown up real big and stuff. I really want to go through that convention with you one time, Jimmy. I think it'll transform your brain, because the way it's set up, it's like you can buy art supplies. All the doujinshi publishers are there. You can see all the books that they publish, so that the enterprising doujinshi people can like find the best publisher to fit their project. It's a ecosystem.
Yeah, I think that would it'd be a lot of stimulation for me.
Jeff Darrow put me onto this comic, but can't really show any of the interiors off on that one.
Who knew Jeff Darrow was dark inside?
He's funny, man, because he knows all the swear words and stuff. So like when we go to restaurants and stuff, he makes the waiters and shit bust out laughing. We looked at a comic my first go round that was like So I Married a Gorilla or something. And there's a trilogy of books that have been reprinted from this fair creator. I don't know the name. I forget the name. It might be this dude who also became like a very famous like tattoo artist. Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, but these are reprints from the 60s.
They look really cool. I like that they're from the 60s and they have a certain aesthetic that I may associate with that time, right or wrong.
Right.
But I like seeing that kind of application. Like this Gekiga
Sure.
is such an interesting thing to me, because it you start to see the genre breakdown in Japanese comics with this kind of work.
Totally. These books were put into my hand by Katsuya, not to be confused with Tatsuya, who is the manager of Mandarake at Nakano Broadway Mall, and because he knows the weird shit that I like, and he'll always present me a bag of stuff and just like like this is sitting on the shelves, like take it, and I think that this is like very much inspired. It might be Chinese.
Wow.
Because doesn't it feel like that manhwa type aesthetic?
Bit, yeah.
But
yeah, a lot actually.
He knows the stuff that I'm into.
This is phenomenal looking. This is right up my alley.
Absolutely.
A lot of ink on the pages.
Yeah. The brutality of it.
Fun character designs.
Yeah, just mania. It's Outlaw Comics.
Yes.
So that was very cool. Shouts to Katsuya. Can't wait to see you when I get out there this next round.
It's interesting. We call this stuff Outlaw Comics. I wonder in Japan how they're viewed. If they are like some sort of fringe, or if it's like, nope, there's a whole. This is just I don't know, guy comics or something. I don't know what they would do. But...
when he puts this stuff into my hand, because like he put a number of things. He put this into my hand and like 5 other things that I cannot even show the covers to here. But he's like, he doesn't know English so well, and he's like, very pervert style, he says. Now, when you go to a Nakano Broadway, or almost any of these bookshops that are in Tokyo proper, it's all bound up stuff. These are in plastics, and they're you can't look in them. You could ask the store owners like if they could crack it open, but you're embarrassed to do that. You don't see anybody else doing that. They will do it, but you get the sense that like maybe you shouldn't be doing it. So this is one. It was so cheap. I think this is the complete story of whatever it is, and this is the front cover. So I'm like, okay, it's 300 yen. It's a pretty low commitment. I think it was put into my hand. Kayfabers, tell me if I'm wrong. I don't know. It might be another Go Nagai affiliate, and it may or may not be Ken Ishikawa, who is like the other like popular assistant next to Kaze Shinobu, who worked with Go Nagai. His most popular work, Ishikawa, is a Getter Robo, if you ever heard of that one. But I scooped this one up kind of like on a whim, and it's cool. It's kind of what you expect. It's a shonen style comic. The wrestling stuff, if I see it, I'm gonna have to scoop it up. So I got the entire Bunko edition set of Tiger Mask. Bunko smaller, like this is your typical Tankobon size. You see that the Bunkos are smaller, very reminiscent of the size of comics like those Lone Wolf and Cub reprints that came through Dark Horse. And you want to be choosy when you go Bunko. I have the Bunko editions of Kinnikuman, very clean line, not too much mania on the page. You don't want this in Bunko.
Yeah.
This does not work in Bunko. So pick and choose, because like you could get Cobra in Bunko, but maybe that's not that great of a presentation. I took a shot. There's not too much going on. These pages pretty open as far as manga goes. So I opted for the Bunko.
Those look
size.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it totally works. I have some interest in some wrestling stuff in the future. Once all these other fair weather cartoonists quit making their wrestling comics, let that die for a little bit. But this will be a good template for some things that I might be able to do. So I thought there were 8, but I could be wrong.
Don't check my box on the way out.
Yeah, right. So just a couple more random wrestling books that I saw. This was a 2-volume set of whatever this is, and shit, maybe it is some of those same tiger masks that were here, but a Giant Baba, Antonio Inoki collection.
That's pretty wild to get those two together.
What's weird is I have several comics. Like I have some Shonen Jump versions that have these guys together. Two rival territories, All Japan and New Japan, I believe. So
did they come up under Ricky Dozen? Is that who?
I guess it's he's the first popular guy, so maybe that's the deal. Maybe that's Ricky Dozen right there. It says Carl Gotch somewhere on there, so I don't know. I think I'm going to end up grabbing a series every time I'm out there, because they really are cheaper than you even realize, man. So I grabbed all of Cobra. It's never been fully reprinted in the States. I hope that maybe after they do Fist of the North Star Incomplete, do this 10-volume set of Cobra. Like I will absolutely support it, and we will push it hard on the channel. We did the first English reprint, which they didn't get very far. I don't know that they even did the whole first one of these, and this would probably
think how many they did. Was it like 6 volumes maybe that they did?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember how many, but it's like the cover art is the same cover art that they used.
Right.
So like looking at these, it reminds me of the English editions, which are nice. They just aren't complete like you said. But man, this guy's art's slick.
So it's 10 trade paperbacks for 1,600 yen. Or 1,700 yen. It's basically less than $15 for all of it. And once again, this is not stuff that you want to read in Bunko, which I could have gotten even cheaper copies if I would have went that route. But just the imagination on the page and the mania on the page, all clearly legible in terms of storytelling. You could read these comics without needing the nuance of the dialogue necessarily.
These are like classic adventure kind of stories.
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the early hits of Shonen Jump, and when you take a look at the big tentpole comics that really have gone over, this is not low on that list. It might be a top 10 manga of all time, with dozens of millions of copies that are out there. So it's cool to get my hands on all of it and to be able to look and see how it evolves and all of that sort of thing. There was that comic that Top Shelf put out some years back called Axe Magazine.
Yep. Which
is a translation of an actual, Axe Magazine is a Japanese publication that's not far unlike Garo, in that it's more contemporary, avant-garde type comics. And this artist is represented in there. I think it might be a lady.
I like this cover art a lot.
And once again, like we're off in the fringes. Like this kind of thing you do not get like at Mandarake. You're getting cutting edge, like you're getting the popular comics. Like you're getting think of big box store type material. Sean, Japan Book Hunter is expanding his business, I believe. And there may be a place where you could go to buy things. That's going to be a destination location for the kayfabe audience. But it's through people like Sean. Like his whole thing is like, I want to carry books that don't exist in Mandarake. That Mandarake does not. So for him to do that, he has to go off into the fringes. And I think we were at Kichijoji. We actually, this day we saw Kazuo Umezu's crib. Like right around the corner from Kazuo Umezu's crib, which is this big red and white striped beautiful mansion that has like a little statue of like one of his little, like a girl on the roof that like looks like a Kazuo Umezu character. It's amazing how like there are all these ordinances and stuff. Like the town wanted him to like change the color and all that stuff, but you get to see what mangaka's crib looks like, who has sold, you know, tens of millions of comics, and beautiful spread, a lot of natural light. But you just get the cover. Once again, these things are bundled in to poly bags, and you got to take a shot. And one thing that they do know, certainly in Japan, just like America, is that like you got to put like mad effort on the cover. But it's usually the same artist who does the interiors, so you know you kind of know what to expect. But of course, the cover's going to be cool as fuck, and I couldn't wait to crack this open.
Yeah.
I think it's called Justice Corps, so it's kind of like a superhero team or something. And this art, I freaking eat it up, man, because this is pure comics to me.
You know, I see a little bit of Anya Davidson in the line work.
Yeah, it has that punk rock energy to it.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And it's just it's fast, it's speedy, it's everything you need. You know, like if all comics were this, like I would not complain. You know, it's the Marvel DC fans that require you to like
polish,
like labor, and because that's corporate. That's a corporate way of thinking.
It is interesting to look at this because sometimes we'll see layouts in the back of comics and we'll be like, wow, you could just publish this. And in a weird way, this has that quality.
Totally.
Like, it lacks that top veneer surface, but I don't always want that. Like
No.
you say, if every comic looked that way, I wouldn't want it. And a lot of them look polished. So whenever something like this comes up, I love it.
Totally. And especially in the manga sense, where like you don't see much of this kind of choice making ever over there. You know, like they're able to do, you know, 10 pages, 17 pages a week and still have like a pretty sharp aesthetic.
Yeah, I really like the drawing in this.
As she's going, she's getting tighter.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Yeah, it's nice to see a different approach.
And then the very last stuff we'll take a look at is I've been amassing a good sample of a Maruo collection. We've done a video on Mr. Arashi's Amazing Freak Show. We basically have only had like 2 books translated from Suehiro Maruo. Mr. Arashi's Amazing Freak Show. We've done this video some years back for like a Halloween. Great comics. He's been out of print in the States. I think Panorama Island is the other book. And I have it over there, but I just can't get it conveniently. Last Gasp put that one out. They might still have some copies in their coffers. But when you are out there, like, there are certain cartoonists who get the name brand in the Mandarake, where like the thing that will pull out is like the name of the cartoonist. And he has that. So he's kind of easy to spot. But there might be 50 to 60, 70 books.
That's what's so shocking to me, because in my mind, this is like this rare treasure in America.
Right.
Like, oh, this guy only do a couple of books. To think that he's got 50, 60, 70 books there.
And he's not even cared about
wild.
that much. Isn't this a great cover?
It's beautiful.
Isn't that so evocative? Like, you imagine that he's like a gambit that could fucking chop dudes' heads off with that. But we can't look through almost all of this stuff. But, you know, some of it we could check out.
It's neat how clean his stuff is.
Totally.
And not clean subject matter, but line-wise, like, it is sharp drawing.
Yeah, really, really solid
You know,
stuff.
really the opposite of this kind of approach to drawing.
Yeah. This is one where I was like, oh, yeah, man, we can actually look at some of this stuff. And then I cracked this one open. You know, it's a pretty, I mean, maybe that's romantic. Maybe there's a love triangle there. But Cannot crack this one open.
No, there was another one I was looking through where it was like romance cover. It looks clean on the cover.
This one made me think of you. Like it feels like you know, he'd be in the universe with Street Angel.
Same with that vampire.
But this is him going more like shonen, which is pretty cool. You know, you don't see that from Maruo very often. He's one of those guys, like, you know, he could have, nobody's taking a shot on him anymore, but he could have a following like a Junji Ito. You know, like the teenage kids who are into Junji Ito, like they could graduate and be into like the Maruo headspace.
He's an exceptional drawer.
Yeah.
And
I don't think we could look through this one. Yeah, we can't look through this one either.
Too bad. One of the perks of being here in person, being able to look through these things off camera.
And we absolutely can never look through this thing, man. This lady is like this. I think this guy gets his arms and legs chopped off, and then so he's completely like at her mercy, and she fucking the things she does to this poor guy and uses him for. It's a human dildo, man. But his just so out of control, so insane, beautiful to look at.
It's so tight, the drawing. The idea that he's that voluminous in his output is surprising to me too, because the drawing is meticulous. I would expect it to take a long time.
I think he's been at it maybe since the 70s, and I think he's still going. There's some crazy stuff like Brian pulled some things, man. It was some weird like Nazi thing that Brian pulled. Maybe this is even Nazi-ish right there. That's an Iron Cross. But Kayfabers, I want to put it out to you guys, like what should yield bigger episodes individually. I think Amano will do good for the channel. I think if we go through this, that could be a winner for the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Maybe Terada. Like Terada was just at San Diego Comic-Con. I know he did great. Like he was at the giant robot table. He has his fan base, so I think he might have some juice. But this is the basic haul, minus the Shonen Jumps and minus the stuff that I got from Comitia, pretty much. But what I've been doing the past couple of times, I'm not going to be able to do it now, but other people from Pittsburgh would come with me, and they wouldn't necessarily pack too much. So I was able to bring back three carry-ons full of comics.
Mules. Manga mules.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, you put the Maruos in theirs, you know, in their luggages, just in case, you know. But, I'm flying solo this round. So that's going to happen November 15th through December 5th. Bumped into some Kayfabers out there this last round. It was real fun, too, because I was with Brian and Hakeem, and I looked real cool in front of my buds, man, getting recognized in Tokyo. But we're heading back out there. Let me know the comics that I need to check out. There's going to be a Fist of the North Star art show that ends on the 19th of November. So I'm going the 15th, going to head over there probably like the 16th or 17th. Comitia is happening again. If there's anything else going on, you got to let me know. Which of these comics will yield a good video, and if you're good to go, I'm good to go, Jimmy.
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we've got more than 1,400 videos up there as we speak. So we might have talked about your favorite comics. If we didn't, then make sure you put something in the comments, but make sure you search around first. Hit the little magnifying glass on the front page, search for your favorite comics, and let us know if we didn't talk about your faves. We have a Patreon where the King Kayfabers see all the stuff we're talking about right away. And, it might be the King Kayfabers who are buying this stuff off of Japan Book Hunter right now after seeing it on the channel. But ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Coming to you in October 18th, is the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus. 500 plus pages of material, 140 pages not in the first 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. So let your comic shop know they are now in a position where they can order this, and they need to know how many they need to order. So let your comic shop know, and whenever they order it for you, come October 18th, make sure you go into the store and pick it up. X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is coming to you in November. Believe you might be able to order that at this very moment, so make sure that you secure your copies of the Ed Piscor bibliography. It's going to include all X-Men Grand Design books that I put together, and it's going to be like a trade paperback size. Red Room is the current focus. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there, as we speak, Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. This last round of Red Room is called Crypto Killers, and maybe by the time you see this video, there are 4 issues out in total. This 3rd issue you want to seek out, though, man. It has the backup feature that shows off the characters that are in my daily comic strip that I am putting together on Patreon right now, but I'm going to release it to the wider world January 1st, 2024. Jimmy, tell the people what you have.
Time to order Street Angel Princess of Poverty from your local comic book shop. This will be in stores in November. Orders due now. Let Image know how many of these things to print. And this collects all the Street Angel material that is not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Get both. It'll be a nice set on your shelves, and you'll have all of the Street Angel material up to this date. Hulk Grand Design, also out and available right now in this Treasury Collected Edition. I do believe these are out of print, so if you haven't added this to your collection yet, you need to do so very soon. And I've been self-publishing zines and comics lately. These are the Black and White zine, BW, and the 1986 zine, Best Year in Comics History. This is kind of an overview of everything that happened in 1986, from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle knockoffs to Frank Miller's Dark Knight Returns, Mouse, Watchmen, all those classics that really changed the history of comics. And my self-published True Crime Funnies featuring 3 nonfiction stories, including 2 wrestling yarns. You can pick all these up at my website soon. You can also read them in digital form if you can't wait for the print copies to become available. You can find those on patreon.com/JimRugg.
There are some other ways to support the channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also below this video in the show notes.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more manga.
Look at this shit, dude. He's a kinky fuck. I just wanted to find a good piece to show the Kayfabers for some exclusive content.
Timothy, there's some stuff in Princess of Poverty that hasn't been printed anywhere else. It's also being printed at the bigger size than it's ever been printed before.
Out with that Juan Alibrand dude, because he lives in a town called Fukuoka right now, and it would be great to get a shoot interview with him in person.
Who's that?
He's that dude that does the manga for Kodansha for Morning Magazine.
Hey, did you leave this here? Did you throw this down here?
Yeah, that's that one.
Yeah.
Dude. I just wanted to show it to you.
Sweet. Did you get this when you were in Japan, or did he send it?
Yeah. Sean, because he knows Sean. You know, that's the thing. Like right now, there's something. All like Johnny Ryan and a bunch of dudes are in Tokyo right now, and like Sean put together the show. There's something that's happening. We're expanding. Every time I go out there, I'm expanding the connections and introducing people who are connected with like other people into and like there's this like bridge that's happening, and Juan is a part of that because dude, this motherfucker did Red Room fan art.
We should talk to this guy because he was an assistant, like a long distance assistant for a while.
Yeah.
And at this point, like there might be 4 or 5 volumes of this out. Like he's.
Yeah.
It must be successful because it's still going.
Yeah. Yeah, and he moved to Japan now.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's in a town called Fukuoka, which is quite a distance from Tokyo. And he said maybe he'll be able to maybe he'll just ride on the train or something. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice to see this in person. I only see like a couple pages at a time online.
Yeah. And it comes out. It's in Morning Magazine, which is where Monster, Naoki Urasawa's Monster was serialized, and that's where Pipochu was serialized. So like they're not unwilling to give Gaijin a shot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad to see this.
Yeah. I like watching him do his thing online, man. Like he said that like he did this one whole spiel on the stories where like he basically said that he was running on such autopilot that like he fell asleep and he woke up in a panic because he knew he had these deadlines, and then he looked at the pages and the pages were done. So like when he slept,
weird.
He didn't remember that he did them. What's first on the list, Jimmy?
The Tezuka.
Cool. And then when you do the commercial, like pimp your stuff first. Did you get anything at the Tashin sale, Jimmy?
No. Did you?
Nah. Anything at the Tashin sale, Jimmy?
No. Did you? I did a quick breeze through it, but I can't remember what kind of caught my eye. I mean, those $100 off big Marvel books are pretty good deals, but I don't know. It's hard for me to buy big books. If I can help it, I try not to.
When will we get Eastman and Laird to do the next couple of issues? I think winter's a good time because like Eastman's on the road, man.
And Laird will be a prisoner in New England winter.
Yeah.
Captive audience.
We could have Laird anytime, I'm sure.
Yeah. Did you get that volume 7 that Eastman was talking about?
No, did you?
I've never seen it in person. It's one of those that I always want to look at when I'm at a comic shop, and I just never see it.
Yeah.
I wonder if there was some issue with it, because I feel like when it was supposed to come out, it didn't. Something happened. It was delayed or something. And I don't know the nature of that, but I wonder if it did come out, if it was changed, if it was limited, something.
So, guys, we're going to look at the art of Osamu Tezuka, God of Manga, kind of monograph from Abrams. I don't know if this is, like, remainder. This came out a long time ago, so, like, if you want it, you should probably scoop it up right away.
It's a sweet book.
Because it's gonna disappear, certainly after we do the video. I inherited mine off of Tom.
He didn't want it?
Yeah, he kept the DVD. But I made a bootleg of the DVD.
Wonder, There's some stuff in here I really like. I'm kind of...
He would just do these purges.
Yeah, I know he would do those.
Yeah, and I would just take it all.
Trying to think of the timing. That might have been... Maybe Tom was moving around that time.
No, it was before that. Yeah, I know that was on your mind. Yeah, no.
Oh, shit. I knew that didn't look right.
I feel like you got to put a little sticky on that one image where they're at Ward Kimball's house with young Frederick Schott. It's more towards the back.
This one?
Yeah. Because look at how cool Fred looks, man. He's one of those guys where, like, I never thought I'd ever get to talk to Frederick Schott, and it was so cool that SCX, he sought us out.
Lock that in. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Going to look at a classic. The God of Comics today is going to be the subject of our video. But I want to remind everybody, if you're new to Cartoonist Kayfabe, first of all, welcome. And second, we are a daily comic book video channel here on YouTube. And we have been doing this for several years. We have probably 1,400 videos in our catalog. If you're new or if you're looking for your favorite book or cartoonist, go to our YouTube homepage, hit the little magnifying glass icon, and you can search by title, by name of creator, whatever your favorite is. We may have a video about that book or that person. If we don't, and you do a little bit of a search first, leave a comment below, because we do keep a list of books that we need to look at, and if enough of you comment on the same title, it moves up our list. So check it out, go through our archives, and if we're missing your favorite cartoonist, let us know about it so that we can rectify that. We also have a Patreon, where you can get access to our videos first, and at the King Kayfaber level, you can actually sit in on our recording session where you really get access to the videos first, and that helps offset the kayfabe effect. If one of the books we're looking at, sometimes they're hard to find, they're out of print, they may have low print runs. If you're looking for those, you want to be the first one in line, because you get those copies that are still available and you get them before the prices go up. So check out our Patreon, see what level works for you, and join us there. All right, Ed, today we are looking at The Art of Osamu Tezuka, God of Manga, and published by Abrams Comic Art. I feel like the more we look at these various art comic books, Abrams gets featured a lot. They have done a lot of good... The Lord's work when it comes to beautiful comic reproductions and really sampling comics from all eras and all over the globe. I am impressed every time I pull out a new Abrams comic art book, and grateful
they
that
go
these
hard.
things exist.
Yeah, they go hard. I think this was before Charlie Kochman is the top guy, because I didn't see his name in the Indicia.
Right. Yeah, I always look for him whenever I look through an Abrams book.
He might have been at DC Comics at the time, but maybe like just barely, But they've been making comics, like books about comics, for so long. Like we're off camera, we're looking at this the Marvel Abrams book that was for the 50th anniversary of Marvel in like 1991. and that's an Abrams book. So they've been at it for a long time, and they make beautiful books.
The production is really nice. And
Isn't that weird though?
It is very weird, and there's like a library cover. You know, you can see the glare on screen, guys, of this like plastic cover, but underneath it is this cutout cardboard, like a very three-dimensional element of Astro Boy here on the cover. Just a unique high-end production for most of their books, and this is no exception.
Yeah.
And it's a big oversized hardcover, bigger than your standard comic. And there's some stuff I really like about this book that we'll get into as we go through it. But it's Tezuka, and it's an overview of Tezuka. I mean, guys, put the eye drops in. You're not going to want to blink too much in this episode.
It's called The Art of Osamu Tezuka, and I understand that title for sales purposes.
Yeah.
But if we were to be accurate, I would call this the Osamu Tezuka Companion Book. And that title would not ring a bell, and that would not help sell it. But that's what it is. So this is not an art monograph. It'll show some stuff off, but it's kind of an overview of everything. It's a companion piece for all the books that you have. You know, if you want to know where Human Insects fits into his bibliography, like you're going to be able to read a little bit about human insects and what.
I am glad you said Human Insects, Ed.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be able to read about it.
Oh,
I don't think it's mentioned in here. That's one of my favorite Tezuka books. One we ought to look at maybe. You know, it's kind of from his mature period, a really interesting book, for my money, a great read. It's not mentioned, and it really speaks, I think, to his voluminous output, that a work that I consider a substantial work of his gets glossed over. I lingered here just for a minute because, one, there's a lot of great photography in this book. Catalog would be another possible word to describe what this is, because it is this cool overview. But you see here, dedicated to Tezuka's two Freds, Fred Patton and Frederick L. Schott, author of Manga, which I am also looking at off screen right now. One of the great manga, I don't know, entryways, almost encyclopedias for us gaijin.
And it's mentioned in here as being very important for kind of priming the pump for manga in America.
And to give everybody, if you're not familiar with Tezuka, his stature, intro by Katsuhiro Otomo. I mean, when they say God of Manga, I don't know what you can say. You know, we think of Kirby as king of comics. This is the next step up, maybe.
Yeah, there's somebody in here that's like say that he's the Japanese Walt Disney, but he's the Japanese Walt Disney, Stan Lee,
yes,
and you know, Jack Kirby, like all these names.
Absolutely, that's the thing. Like he introduces all new language for both comics and for animation in Japan. So his influence, it almost can't be overstated.
Yeah, comics existed before him, and you can find some of that stuff. My Japanese publisher Press Pop puts out a couple of nice things every now and then. This was important. This was in, man, I had this thing, and you would get this at Suncoast Video. Like, it was right there, back there by the anime section. Giant phone book, might be 600 pages, because it would get revised all the time. And it was just a great resource to, like, develop some education. The Astro Boy essays. You know, do you have this?
I don't.
Okay, I think I actually have 2 copies, so I'll slide you one.
Yeah, Frederick Schott.
Mm-hmm.
I would be very interested in checking this out. The author of this book is Helen McCarthy, and I mention that because it's London, is where she's writing this notes on this book in the beginning, and I think it really points to Tezuka's influence. You know, we talk about Schott in American, we talk about the influence even here in America of Tezuka. You see it now, an international artist that has really influenced all over the world
for generations. Like one of the people I was out in Tokyo with, born in 1961, and remembered Kimba the White Lion on UHF stations when he was a kid. So like Tezuka was licensing that material for America even back then.
There's an interesting thing that runs through the text, and it's this idea, like it says here, most of what's been written about him in English is by academics, and this author, that strikes them as incongruous because of how much of a maker of popular entertainment he is. And this idea of like the entertainment value of Tezuka is something that kind of runs through the text of this book. And I think that's noteworthy. You know, there's a lot of ways you can make great comics, and some of them are on the academic side. You know, they're formal ideas. Tezuka did everything. Like, he did formal innovations, but he also was a huge seller, as you say, to generations.
Yeah.
And that speaks to the entertainment quality. So it opens with, you get pictures of his young history, his biography, and you get notes on that biography of where he was raised and growing up.
He's a doctor. He went through medical school.
He did.
And still fucking made comics and stuff. This is worth going. Keep going. Like, for stuff like this. He drew. This is 9 years old. So these are the manga that existed. You know, he drew that. And when you watch a documentary, see, let's not bury the lead. This thing comes packaged with an incredible documentary from 1986, 87 about Tezuka, about 40 minutes. Fantastic. I find it super inspiring. I show it to people all the time, and they go either way. It's either inspiring or they are horrified. But he's like super athlete. Like, he is David Goggins of comics, and we'll just put in that time. But here, go back real quick. In the documentary, this is a flip book. So he drew this. And,
yeah, right.
And you could, like, so it's on every page, and it has them fanning each other and doing, so he's doing animation and stuff as a kid.
Yeah, and his timeline's really interesting. Like, this is 1937. He's 9 at that point. And I say that because he basically emerges and starts being published right after World War II, which is a time of kind of, for Japan, almost like redoing culture, pop culture, entertainment culture.
Yeah.
And really, you know, he's there from the beginning of that rebirth.
Right when they, you know, capitalism is instituted, and he gets to benefit from that and becomes one of the, you know, the most popular artists, like the most successful.
So iconic, his glasses. You know, like even the self-portrait from junior high school, you know, it's unmistakably him.
And look at that, junior high school in December 41. So, like, the war is going on. He's lucky. He's, like, a little too young to go off. They show these off in the documentary as well, where he does these beautiful bug illustrations.
Yeah, it talks about in the text here gathering these samples that he was making these books from. That's phenomenal. Like, the observation, it's unbelievable that somebody did this, let alone like a kid.
Yeah, amazing craft, and like, you can see stuff is being done, because like when you do butterflies, you have to be symmetrical,
as well as size.
Yeah.
So, interested in drawing his whole life. You know, you mentioned that he goes to medical school, but he is also doing comics at the same time.
Yeah, and he's the trajectory of like a Kirby, where he's there for everything. He touches every kind of genre. So he did daily strips, and these are from his own kind of scrapbooks that he kind of clipped out as just resources. This is his first piece of merchandise that came from his work.
One of his first works, New Treasure Island.
Yeah, that's real famous.
More than 400,000 copies sold.
Yeah, and that may have started as like the rental manga, because he was there for that also.
And then you see him here in his medical studies.
That's the stuff that you just can't understand how that's possible.
Amazing, like the medical notebooks where he's doing his notes and stuff on medical. You see like medical illustrations.
He's a ham at the theater.
It's incredible, like, going through what he was doing while at medical school. It's like 3 or 4 people, you know, output. And that's going to be his whole career.
It is.
Which I think is the part you're alluding to, Ed, in the documentary, that people go one of 2 ways.
I snapped photos, and it's a very popular image that I post and repost, where I took 4 images. And he's like, I hate drawing. I agonize over drawing. This is hopeless. And then the last image that I snap is him, like, cracking his fingers, and he says, I have to do 32 pages by tomorrow. You know, like, so the juxtaposition of all of that is just, it's funny. You know, he's drawing on the train. It's a different time, so, like, you could wait up to the minute to like get to your gate. You could be in your car and stuff. There was no security, which also back in those days there was hijackings every 2 seconds. But he would just be in his car drawing comics, and then there would be a timekeeper who would run back and say, okay, you got like 5 minutes to board, and then he would board the plane. Like, every second he's going to like Angoulême or something, and so he's mingling, and then he runs back up to his room to like work on some pages.
Yeah, it's really remarkable, and you'll get a sense of that as we continue through this book. But it's set up this way where he has this almost like a Hollywood studio kind of system. They call it, you know, the star system, and they describe it, but it's that some of these characters that he designs, they appear in different works of his.
Yeah, you see this guy at everything.
Yeah, it's very strange, you know?
It's a way to, you know, it's same face syndrome, so, like, he doesn't have a million years to, like, keep designing new stuff, so...
The way this book is set up, you're going to see, like, these are his big stars. These are the superstars, right? Astro Boy, Blackjack. Characters, a lot of them that have their own series.
Yeah.
So you get a little overview of these characters. I do like how this book is set up. You know, I don't know, as you say, if art is the right word for it. But in terms of an overview or a catalog or an intro to his work, I think it's a really interesting model. Probably not one that would work for every artist because he is so prolific and has all of these characters. Phoenix, one of his great incomplete works that he would revisit throughout his life.
What's really cool too, like since this book has come out, there's been so many Kickstarters for some of the more obscure works. Maybe even Unico has like a Kickstarter book, but like I've gotten 3-4 of these things, and they're mentioned in here, like the creator and stuff. You see this format right here.
Mm-hmm.
Let me explain it to the people. Like you could still get these books out there in Tokyo at the Tezuka section in Mandarake, Nakano Broadway Mall. You walk in and you go catty corner to the left as far back as you can. There is an entire bookshelf of this exact format from the floor to as high as I can reach, and like wider than both arms can reach. And that's this is the Kodansha, like complete
Right.
Tezuka's. It's that much work. It's over 100,000 pages of material.
Yeah, I think he's credited, according to this, as like 170,000 pages. It's staggering.
And by the way, Shitoro Ishinomori did more pages.
Yeah, that's shocking. So here you see major stars. So maybe not the name of the books, but characters that appeared quite a bit.
Yeah. Ochanomizu, man, that's a town. I get off at that stop sometimes. But there's going to be, if we didn't pass them up, there's a Dr. Tenma, and that is the name. There he is right there, Dr. Tenma. That is the name, I believe, of the Naoki Urasawa doctor in Monster. So,
Interesting.
Urasawa did Pluto, which I think is going to be getting an anime pretty soon. I don't know if I'm breaking that news, but I know people out there. And Naoki Urasawa did Pluto, and it was based off of, the strongest robot on the world storyline from Volume 3 of Astro Boy. So no slouch to cribbing.
This is fun stuff. Too. This is him putting himself into work. Like the way directors will often make a cameo or something in a movie, puts himself in several of these works.
Yeah, he introduces most stuff, and like the Astro Boys started getting serialized by Dark Horse in the little editions when I was still at the call center, but I was on my way out, so I was scooping those up from the start. And after reading those, I started to put those little blackheads on, those pores on the nose of my characters. I never did it before that, but I thought that was such a smart approach.
Here's his supporting cast.
Don Dracula, Rock Holmes. Man, there's some good names.
Rainbow Parakeet.
Bukaki.
It's interesting thinking of like you have this cast of characters as almost a time-saving mechanism.
Right. Yeah, check this out, man. Because like that even looks like Fleischer era.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
He definitely pulls from animation. They talk about that he watched Bambi like 30 times, watched Pinocchio like 45 times.
Yeah, it's something that we see with a lot of the manga artists from like mid-century, mid-20th century. I feel like a lot of them, and a lot of American artists too, film fans.
Yeah.
And so you see certain influences being pulled from that kind of media. All right, so here we are in chapter 3, and the way these chapters are organized is by decade, which again kind of gives you this impression of like, wow, is this guy putting work out? In the 1940s, this is him becoming a doctor while also producing a staggering amount of work that we're going to cover here. There's some interesting commentary about how some of this work is discovered, like people doing research and finding things that they didn't even know existed. Several strips that emerged whenever they started really digging into some research and finding like more and more Tezuka from the 40s, from the early years.
This stuff, there's no way for this stuff to remain in pristine condition. It is a humid island. Like in the summertime, it's fucking brutal in Japan. So there's moisture, there's foxing at best, and at worst, it's just mold and all kinds of decay on these pages. So like you'll see these, they're wall books in Broadway, and they could go for 1,000,000 yen, dude.
Yeah, I believe it. It's interesting, this early stuff, they talk about carved in metal and the way they would print these books.
Right.
Where often somebody would redo would go over the drawings,
Yeah.
in order to make these metal plates. And I find that really interesting because like we spend so much time being like, oh, what kind of pen did this guy use? Oh, he used a brush on this drawing. And it makes me wonder, like, it's almost a de-emphasis on the finished like say line quality,
Right.
because somebody else's hand is making the lines in these early ones, so it's really just storytelling that you're tasked with, writing the story, telling the story, but then the final details may be up to the guy who's reproducing this stuff.
Totally. And he mentions that he was not very happy with the hand of these
Redraws a lot
artisanal guys, these
over the
craftsmen.
years. Yeah, like his first big work, New Treasure Island, the editor kind of chopped it up.
Right.
And he didn't do work for them for like 10 years as a result.
Yeah, all that old stuff, they call them red books because it'll have that processed red ink that has persisted to this day. Like we look at old Shonen Jumps or when you get the new volume of Fist of the North Star, like you'll have the pages where it's just that processed red ink. And what this was back in the day was a function of just like the newspaper presses. And like the red ink was almost as ubiquitous as the black when, they're not publishing color photos. So it's just like this was a part of like the newspaper technology.
This is a fun bit. It kind of talks about his impact. It says on one of these, on the Lost World cover, it said, "This is not a comic, nor is it a novel." And it's the idea of almost creating a new, some new stuff in manga and in storytelling that really caught on with younger readers, and then became that influence of like, okay, all manga is pulling from this. And a lot of it was cinematic influences.
It's so funny how like I might have 10,000 pages, maybe 20,000 pages of Tezuka. I've got all the big stuff. I got Buddha. Not quite all the Astro Boys, but there's still so much that like I just have never seen before.
Yeah, and as we go through, you'll see a lot of these complete library covers.
Yeah,
as you mentioned.
Yeah, I just love the Disney-ishness of this with like that kind of like a Pistol Pete or whatever that guy's name, Peg Leg Pete type build.
Yeah, great with shapes, great with the cartooning, simplification of these characters. You can almost see like the animator mind at work.
Totally. It's been a big inspiration to me. Udon put out 2 books of his like character designs and stuff. And in the documentary, he talks about it. Like, I can't draw circles any longer. Like, so many of my characters are based off of a circle, and I can't do that any longer.
Lost World, I think Dark Horse did one of those small paperback versions. I think they did that. Maybe Metropolis.
They did I have Metropolis. I that's the only one I have.
In Next World, I think they might have done all of those. Those are like an early sci-fi trilogy that he did. And I think Dark Horse published those in that Astro Boy paperback format.
At least the Metropolis is that format. So that's cool. I'm going to scoop that one up before this video goes live.
The inside. Yeah, everybody watching at home right now. That's exactly right.
Yeah, the Metropolis has that cover.
By the way, still in the 1940s. I feel like I've gone through about 20 pages, one work per page, and it still goes that far.
And it's still kind of a pre-assistance.
Yeah, it is nice. Like the text that runs with this is biographical. It talks about his moving from place to place. It talks about what he's selling. Like early on, and it might have been in the 40s, he becomes, makes the most money of any artist basically in Japan.
Yeah.
At a time when comics were not considered, certainly not high art. They were very much kind of disregarded from an art standpoint in the early days here. And yet he's still outselling it. Here it is. In 1954, government tax returns showed he made about $6,000 US, like that's adjusted for US dollars, which would have put him the highest earning artist in the Kansai region. So like very quickly he becomes like the top artist in Japan, not comic book artist.
Right.
Love this. This is a cross-hatching guide to help assistance. Yes.
Comes into play a lot in like Buddha and stuff like that.
Here's some more demonstration to assistance of how to depict various actions.
It's a very unpretentious setup he has.
Yes.
Even at when you see him like in that studio that he builds for himself, it's a cheap apartment in Tokyo.
You see girl talk as a subject matter because he does some shoujo comics.
Oh yeah.
So doing a lot of variety of comics too. That's something that impresses me as we go through his body of work. As he ages, it's almost like his interest in the stories that he wants to tell changes.
As it should be.
Yes. Yeah, I do think that there's a lot to learn from what he's emphasizing in his art.
Absolutely.
fetishize some of the inking, some of the line making, the amount of ink on the pages, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I also think like not the only way to make comics, maybe not the best way to make comics.
Certainly the more inefficient way.
Yeah.
Like if you could, like what he is very skilled at is nailing an image fast in a compelling composition and stuff. So, if you can do that, fucking do it. But you have to inspire awe in the reader. So like if you don't have that part, maybe you work on it and then you dazzle them with your crosshatch until you work up to that point.
This is a pretty interesting piece. Fossil Island, these three characters, including Tezuka as a character, end up on this island, and you can really see a contrast between a more rendered style versus that cartoony style in the same work. It's pretty fun. That's a pretty fun formal thing to see a guy of his stature playing with.
I'm reading that Henry Darger book, and like he puts himself into Vivian Girls. See, this is Crime and Punishment. This is one of the Kickstarter books that I scooped up.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
It's amazing, those Kickstarters. I've gotten a couple of those too. I didn't see Crime and Punishment, but it speaks to the range of stuff that he's thinking about and looking at.
Right. Yeah. Like, and before we saw that, there was like Dante's like Faust.
Yes.
Adaptation he did.
You see Astro Boy here, probably the most famous of his creations. Cartoons have spun out of this. Many series have spun out of this. A character that, is still alive today. Outliving its creator in many ways. I love that you get to see, this is maybe some of the art of part, but getting to see some of the color pages that he assembled. Man, and the self-portraits that just proliferate throughout this book. Always fun to see him. He's about as iconic as his characters.
I think that's a smart move, and Tom has a theory about that that I think is very sound, and his theory is that because of Tezuka's popularity and all that stuff, like if he was to leave the house without the beret and without the glasses, it might be Clark Kent. Like
he can move amongst the people.
Yeah,
that's funny. I see a lot of like McLeod Zott.
Yeah, totally.
Because you imagine this would have been probably some of the early manga that you would be able to get or you would be able to recognize, even before it's translated. Yeah,
like I'm sure he knew the anime.
This is so cool.
Because this is like one of the more memorable pages. I think that's in volume 1. But like McLeod name checked him and said on the channel, he's like, okay, man, like we're getting Area 51 and we're getting Kamui and we're getting Mai the Psychic Girl, but I went to Tezuka stuff.
It's such a great panel. Whenever he's being rejected by his creator.
Right. Yeah. I think this is that first big story, so they put that in there in total.
Princess Knight, one of the shoujo manga that he does early on.
Popular girl comic, probably his most.
Phoenix, man, he's just banging his stuff out. Like this is the 50s, so maybe his first full decade as a mangaka, and the ideas that are coming out are hitting.
So up to this point and beyond, he's living extremely humbly because he's saving his loot to build an animation studio.
That's right. 1960, turns 32. Newly married and building a family home, and part of that home included studios for animation and for manga. Animation being something, I guess, from the beginning that he had in mind as a big goal.
It makes good on it.
Yeah, something they talk about is how successful his animation style was, to the point of like studios pop up using that model, and it becomes very hard for him to find good help because there's so many outlets for it.
The documentary is so fun too because you see him burning the candle at both ends, like doing the animation stuff. He's just supervising. Look at all the cells. That's so cool. But like, he'll go to the room where the dudes are doing the animation, and he'll flip through the cells and close one eye and like look at the stuff. And
that's his animation studio.
Yeah.
Look at how many people are employed there.
Yeah, man.
That's a big operation. To think of that as like independent animation. Wow. Really overwhelming. And here you go, like some of the influence that work has.
Right. I don't think I see it, but Del Goldkey did a adaptation in 1968.
Right. Yeah, whenever we've talked about some of like that early manga, and that's not exactly manga because it is the Western version, right. But at the same time, it's manga characters that are finding their way here.
Yeah, it's really cool. Com magazine, you could see those. That's his publication.
There's talk here about how he evolves over time. I mentioned before, like some of the stuff in the 70s being a more mature, different approach to manga. And, it references this, like just his constant evolution. And I think anybody that has a career this long, that's going to be a trait of that person.
You hope.
I don't know if you can maintain it if you don't, if you can't figure this out and stay kind of relevant. It's key works of the 60s here. It's just incredible because the other thing that I take away from this book is you look at these decades and there's no real fall off. It's not like you get to the 60s and go, okay, he's done.
No, totally. But in Japanese audiences, like, he inspired generations. So those people that were reading the comics in the 40s and the 50s, they still liked comics, but they were not looking for Kimba the White Lion Part 2 when they're 20, 30 years old. So that's when, like, seinen manga and gekiga manga start to proliferate a little bit. So he has to make some of that now.
Yeah.
It's almost like he appreciates that it's evolved to that place, because now he can express, other ideas, not a guy with a plastic can that pulls it off and has knives.
Right. I like that the way they describe the work is where it appeared.
Right.
How long. Like, it's really nice as an art book. It's something I often complain about with comic art books that don't have that information.
And
it's a great reference resource.
Yeah, and with the animations, they'll tell you how many episodes of each like round of Astro Boy there was and stuff.
The Crater is
that's a Kickstarter book.
A manga series, collection of short stories. Probably getting into that 70s era too of, well, I guess it's 69 to 70 is whenever this ran, but it's short stories, and I think it's a chance for him to do stuff that's a little bit different.
He would always do, one shots that is a form of comics that they do. You could have your series, but they also commission one shots that are like 40, 50 pages. So he would have series run in, but I don't understand how he like figured out that he could fit that time in, but he would also do one shots.
Yeah. It is shocking, and there's a sad bit towards the end whenever he's in the hospital. He's dying of stomach cancer, I believe it was. And one of the last things he says is, "Let me go back to work."
Yeah. Please, God, let me get back to work. I beg you.
Yeah, more of those complete Tezuka library.
You could fill up a couple of suitcases with them shits, man. There it is.
Yeah, we flagged this to show that young Frederick shot.
Yeah, totally. We have a shoot interview with Fred Schott, who gives a bunch of first-hand stories about Tezuka. And this is Ward Kimball. He's one of the 9 old men at Disney who worked on all those like classic old, Snow. Well, he came after Snow White, but he was part of all that stuff. You can find great documentaries about like the kids of the 9 old men and stuff. And I think Kimball, like, we're looking at trains. I think he had like a train built in his backyard, just like for the kids. He's a train buff.
That's hilarious.
And these guys made a couple of dollars, man.
You see him. This is a Hollywood lot picture of Tezuka. So, for a book like this, I don't know what you do. Like, they do a good job on the overview, but there's so much detail that you could dive into. You need like 20 of these books.
Totally. Like Art of Tezuka would be like, I would take a much different approach, and it would be looking at the Gengas and process pieces, those weird notebooks that are like in grids, and like, let's just see a bunch of this. This is one of my favorites, man. Is it Ayoka?
Ayoko?
Yeah, who knows? But Vertical put this out, I believe. It is the most hardcore story that he ever made. It is an Outlaw comic. You do not feel good after you read this thing, man. And I can't believe it came from Tezuka's hand, but it is a captivating read. It might be nearly 1,000 pages, but you cannot put them down. You just needed to figure out where the hell this thing is going. This girl witnesses a family member, like my uncle or somebody, like kill somebody, and they're a family of prestige. And the father and stuff, they can't get the gumption up to just kill this kid, so they just like stuff her in the basement to live. And she just doesn't die. Like, that's what they're hoping. They just want her to die, but she keeps getting slid food and bare subsistence and stuff like that. So she's down there with no real stimulation. She's having her first periods and has no idea what the fuck that is. I think there's incest. I think she fucks her brother because she's starting to get horny, and they're like, "Hey, what do we do with this? I don't know. How about this?" It's insane.
Right.
It's so hardcore.
What a spread this is that Buddha is the one facing this.
Right,
You know,
yeah.
like these are two works that have been translated in English to a big audience, to a good reception.
Because specifically, and thankfully with the context, right? He describes that like the publisher wanted him, like his magazine folded, and that's where Phoenix would have been serialized, I guess, and this other publisher wanted to pick it up and wanted him to continue Phoenix. And for whatever magazine it was maybe like a younger person mag, and he's just like, Phoenix isn't for this audience, so I'll give you an idea with reincarnation themes, but like cater it more toward like a younger kind of audience, and that's where Buddha comes in. 8-9 volumes of that.
I think Barbara's been translated to English.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Blackjack was a relatively early translation. I forget who published it, but I feel like Blackjack shows up in the late 80s, maybe early 90s here in the American shores. And it's great because it's a bunch of self-contained stories, and they're almost like these adventure stories.
It got put in complete too by Vertical, I believe, maybe 17 volumes or so.
Yeah, it's been done in some nice editions. I think there's even a couple of comic books, which I always think about looking at.
Yeah, I don't know
because it feels like that's kind of that neat little,
especially
easy
the one
format.
and done, yeah.
Because it says 252 Blackjack stories. So. But relates back to his training as a doctor. You know, Blackjack being a medical doctor character who kind of operates outside of the
black market.
Right, exactly.
Surgeon. Which isn't far from, the monster comic.
MW is another one that's been reprinted here in America.
Oh, yeah.
And they do fall under, like, that 70s era is definitely a different tone for a lot of this work.
Yeah, in the documentary that is accompanied with this book, it gets into like he borrowed money from like the Yakuza in the 70s, like keep the studio afloat, like in like the late 60s 70s, something like that. And so he had the pressures of like paying back these like black market debts and stuff, and he started doing these darker works that ended up, I guess, yielding money.
How about this? Throughout all his foreign travels, Tezuka was still accompanied by editors, as you said, Ed, waiting to send newly drawn comics pages back to Tokyo. Patton and Shop both saw him go to his hotel room after long days and convivial evenings and come downstairs in the morning with a stack of ink pages ready for finishing and lettering.
There's a famous Shigeru Mizuki comic where he talks about like the interactions that he had with Ishinomori and Tezuka, and those guys would talk about how like little sleep they get, and Mizuki will get 10 hours of sleep a night, and just questioning him about that stuff. And I think Mizuki get to live to be, maybe he's still even alive, but like I think he got to be like in his 90s, and both of those guys barely hit 60.
Yeah, it's interesting. You wonder if that lack of sleep contributes to creativity, like if your brain's kind of functioning a little bit different and it's almost like bursting with weirdness.
I think there's no other way to explain the creation of a character like MODOK. If Jack Kirby got proper sleep, I don't know that he would have created a character like that.
That's funny. And here in the 80s, like they talk about some of the experimental stuff he's doing, both animation and comics, and I don't know his animation at all.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of interesting to get a little bit of that perspective, because I would assume that the animation and the comics do influence each other. It's such a creative outlet, and there's a lot of, I think, crossover between the two. But whenever we get into him doing sculptures, now we're in a real different part of the brain.
And it is the end of the era. This is where you get the bit about his passing and stomach cancer and all the dark stuff that comes with lack of sleep.
And here's our key works from the 80s.
Rainbow Parakeet, like one of the great titles.
Adolf is one of those, I think, relatively early Tezuka books being translated here. I remember whenever that came out.
Yeah, we showed it.
Some noise.
Yeah, we showed it in a Wizard from like '94 or so.
It's unbelievable how prolific he is his entire life.
Yeah, it's just what he does. It's like, what else is he going to do?
And you see a lot of these are TV specials and animation.
Right. Like I said, man, it'll tell you like the amount of episodes that certain things are. In the documentary, also they show him at the apartment where he makes the comics, and it's a very humble, small, little rinky-dink kind of place, and he'll spend like 5 or 6 days there, and then they go to like the Tezuka compound, the house, and the wife like has the umbrella and stuff, and it's this palatial estate, and it's so beautiful. And I almost get the sense that she's like happy to have the place to herself for like a chunk of the week, because like even whenever they get together to go to Angoulême or wherever it is they're going, like they don't even sit next to each other in the car. It's a very weird dynamic.
Have you been to the museum?
No, that's in Osaka, I think, and I've never been down there yet. But we're gonna see if you keep going. Like there's a mural on the street, and I've happened upon that completely by accident several times. There's an arcade in this right here, like the train lets out not far away from this thing, man. So like I let out, and then you just see that, and I knew this piece from this book, but like I just happened upon it randomly, and you're just like, I'm where I'm supposed to be. I should be here. Because also when you go to Tokyo Big Sight, which is where Comitia is and Comiket and those kind of joints, at the train station there, when you get out, there's another big ass Tezuka mural. But like like that thing I just happened upon totally randomly on the way to the arcade. Kimba totally cribbed by Disney.
Yeah, you get into sort of legacy stuff here in this last chapter. It's a nice. I like this book a lot because of the biographical stuff. I feel like it really paints a picture of a guy's life, and if you didn't have that information, it would be what I would think of for a guy who's this prolific would be very different than what you get whenever you actually read the biographical side of it.
Yeah, it's true. Like there still have never been there's no Walter Isaacson comic biographer yet. Maybe everybody I know who deals with traffics in these like cartoonist biographies and stuff. You always hear like publishers say that like so and so's getting better at stuff. You never like this is the great comic biography or anything like that. There's still a fanboyish part of it. I do like to have an academic approach, but there's never been a great book yet. You get the best people who are available to like make this kind of stuff, but there's no Walter Isaacson yet, who's made like the important great comic biography. And if that wasn't enough for you, man, you got to go buy you an external DVD player if you don't got one to watch this thing, or just go on YouTube. It's up there. I've watched it a million times, man, and that's the test. That's the litmus test. Like, how deep are you into comics? Because if you find inspiration from that, then you might be one of the real ones. You might be a Navy SEAL of cartoonists. But if not, maybe you just should be a penciler. Good to go?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and if you hit the magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, give that a search for your favorite titles. If we didn't talk about your favorite comics, make sure you put something in the comments so that we know. We have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on the Patreon can hang out with us while we record these videos. They knew that we were talking this Art of Tezuka book before anybody, and people in the chat are already saying, man, scooped it off of Amazon. A couple dozen people in there right at this very minute. Best way to mitigate the kayfabe effect. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you this holiday season. Your store needs to order it right now. It is now in the book for them to scoop up. It's got 150 pages of extra material that is not in the first volume, the first original books for Hip Hop Family Tree. It's a 10-year anniversary, so we had to do it up right. But your store needs to order it now. They also need to order the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. It's going to include all of my X-Men Grand Design works in one trade paperback edition. We don't have a comp copy of that to show off yet, but that'll be out in November. I believe your stores can order it at this point. Red Room is what I'm working on now. 2 trade paperbacks of that. Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings, but Crypto Killers is being disseminated at this very moment. Maybe the 4th issue is already out, but it's his 3rd issue. You got to make sure it's his 3rd issue you need to get your hands on, because at the center spread I have a backup feature called Latchkey Kids with the characters that I'm going to be exploring in my daily comic strip that I'm putting out on my Patreon right now, but I'm going to start to serialize it January 1st, 2024. Jimmy, let the people know about your books.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release from Image Comics. This will be out in November. Pre-order this one now. Let Image know how many to print and make sure that you have your name on a copy before this one comes out. It collects all the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, also from Image Comics. Together they will make a set of all the Street Angel comics that exist up to this date. Hulk Grand Design, this Treasury Edition, one of my books I'm most proud of making up to this point. I believe it's out of print, so pick this one up if your store still has a copy on the shelves. If not, grab them off Amazon, because once this is completely gone, it may be a long time before you're able to get another one, at least at cover price. True Crime Funnies, BW, and 1986 are my latest self-published efforts. These are available digitally online. You can read them at patreon.com/JimRugg. You can get them from me in person, and coming probably in late October, I will be selling these on my website.
Not the only ways to support the channel. Let the people know, Jimmy.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is in the show notes underneath this video.
All good ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more manga.
You want to try the thing? Do the commercial?
Yeah.
Talk up your books to start. I'm going to make a fresh one.
This video is brought to you by the books that we make. My upcoming releases include 1986, a zine celebrating the biggest year in comics history, True Crime Funnies, BW zine. My next release is Street Angel Princess of Poverty from Image Comics, coming this November. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive and Hulk Grand Design are both available now wherever books are bought and sold. Ed Piskor's upcoming releases include Hip Hop Family Tree, The Omnibus, X-Men Grand Design Trilogy, reprinting all 3 of the X-Men Grand Design books, and Red Room, available in 2 trade paperbacks, as well as the current series Crypto Killers. And now back to the video.
What's the time on that, Jimmy?
42.
Nice. See, that's a move.
You know what we might add in the future is something about links to these books below the video.
Yeah. I mean, it's 40 seconds. You could do that all over again.
Something to aim for in the future.
is, man. Oh.
What's up? You know what? It disconnected before I shot the commercial. I had to reconnect. Something might be.
Yeah, just like maybe that little lag of time. But it's not like we lag that much.
You think those are in focus?
Take a look.
I can't tell from that. You know, it's pretty small.
Yeah, this is never accurate, but it autofocuses, so one hopes. Last issue of Ronin is coming up, Kings.
You know what I meant to do, and I didn't, was look at the publication dates in these,
Right.
because it does span.
Yeah.
I think the
over 2
last one
years.
was something like March or May, and this is August. And I would be curious, like, what the first one is versus this, because it's 83 is the first issue, right? Sometime in 83.
Is it?
I think so. I'm pretty sure. And this is August 84, so it may be a year.
Yeah. Good.
You hit it. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist. You don't need to restart it. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
If you're new to Cartoonist Kayfabe, first of all, welcome. And second, this is a daily YouTube comics channel. We have about 1,400 videos available in our catalog, and you can search for your favorite titles and creators if you go to our YouTube page and put in your search criteria in the little magnifying glass box and see if we have already covered your favorite comics or creators. And if we haven't, leave a comment below this video, because we do keep a list of to read pile, and if we get enough requests for your favorite book, it'll move right up that list. I also want to remind everybody that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon that will give you access to our videos early, and in the case of the King Kayfabers, you will get access to our videos first, which offsets the kayfabe effect. That means if we show something that is rare or hard to find, you'll be the first one tracking down those copies before they disappear or go up in price. So check out our Patreon, see what level works for you, and without further ado, Frank Miller's Ronin Book 6. We have been going through Ronin book by book, and this is the climax of the series. So we have a Frank Miller playlist that features all of our Ronin coverage, including the artist edition. If you're new to Ronin, I highly recommend you check out those videos. One of the most influential comics, I think, of the 1980s, really changed the game in a lot of ways, and I have enjoyed going through these. A little bit sad to be at the last issue, but excited to kind of see how this story reaches its conclusion.
Did it answer all your questions?
It answered a lot of them.
And it left you with more?
It left me with a couple, but you know, I do think I had read this out of order.
Yeah.
And reading it in order, I feel like Miller really is hurting cats at times early in the series and brings it together pretty well. I mean, this is an ambitious comic that is hard to describe how ambitious it is in 1983, 1984 for a Marvel DC book. And I applaud Miller for really going for it and doing something that, quite frankly, those other Marvel DC books were not doing.
Yeah.
You know, he invents a whole new story, new characters, new format, even doing this graphic novel that infuses manga and European influences. I mean, he is swinging for the fences, and I think he lands it pretty well. So, at this point, our main character, the title Ronin character here, has been recaptured by Aquarius, the AI, potential AI bad guy of this series. And he had started out as Billy, character with a little bit of psychic ability maybe, but no limbs. And so the way the series starts with that character is they're developing cybernetic technology to make up for that lack of limbs. And it goes off the rails because it turns out our main character, Billy, is a much greater psychic power than maybe anybody had realized, and creates this whole fantasy world of Japanese samurai and Ronin warriors and demons that are going throughout time and basically chasing him to this future New York City, this future fallen world, if you will. And
yeah, so it's all kayfabe. Like the entire first issue, all that stuff is kayfabe, but that's established here in this issue, and I almost have to read the comic again because there are instances where the demon is dealing with people that aren't Billy and shit like that, and it's from a completely different point of view. So I guess we're supposed to imagine that just Billy has such a big influence on the universe that he's like created the Matrix. because you could call bullshit on it, really, because like he's nowhere in the mix at all, but people are interacting with like the demon, like when a demon takes over the main dude.
Mm-hmm.
Billy ain't around that shit, you know. So
That's a good point. You know, that's not the one I thought of. The question that I came away from is Virgo is the voice of the AI, and it seems like Virgo is corrupt and evil.
Yeah.
And I don't get where that comes from, you know, because the way the story starts, I don't get that impression. Virgo seems, you know, maybe a benevolent, you know, character to start with. And as you say, the demon inhabits the owner of the company, which makes sense that owner goes off the rails. But I don't know about Virgo, and it makes me wonder, like, is both Virgo and Billy sort of playing with everybody around them?
I feel like Miller had to write his way out of a paper bag with this, and he came up with an end point that is almost, and then they woke up.
Yes.
Like, I actually think it's kind of whack, and I don't think he stuck the landing.
I like this drawing a lot.
Me too.
It's almost a doodle.
I think it's blown the fuck up, because, like, it's on the same piece of paper as this, so it is so... I think he drew it so small, and it got blown up for the comic size.
One of the fun things going through this reading is we read an interview with Frank Miller talking about Ronin before it was done, and he was saying how he's like learning to ink in this series, and I think by this issue he's kind of figured out a lot.
Yes.
He's in control of a lot of that inking, and we'll see some beautiful examples, but this kind of almost sketchy, quickly drawn piece, it makes me think of how many artists talk about how vital their sketches are, their pencils are, their roughs are, but then by the time they get to tightened inks, you lose some of that life. Miller keeps that life in that drawing, in my opinion.
This is the issue where he sort of codifies all the stuff that he's been practicing for the past 5 issues. He brings it into one cohesive whole. Here's Aquarius. Like, if you remember early on, the 2-page spread might be this section blown up, and then you would see Aquarius kind of come around. But now it's taken over the whole island.
This is one of the most fascinating parts of this story to me, is the idea of AI running out of control
Like
and taking
a tumor.
Like a tumor, like maybe nanotechnology, like anything that's potential to get out of control, the monster that's created in the lab and is now taking over the world. I don't know that was a big thing in 1983, but I feel like today that's a great piece. You know, it really paints Virgo and Aquarius. I think some of the characters have changed in terms of who the protagonist and antagonist are. You know, in the beginning we have Demon and Ronin.
Right.
By this time, we have Casey, who's the security officer, and Aquarius, who is the runaway AI. And that's what I see in this page, and I think it's really interesting and pretty far ahead of its time for, you know, where this series was and where science maybe was publicly at that time. So Casey has kind of taken over this series, I think, as a protagonist, and you could describe her as Elektra. Look at her with 2 samurai swords, trying to get back into Aquarius to save Billy, who Aquarius has you know, kidnapped or gotten control of up to this point in the series. So she's trying to sneak back in to save him, but also to stop Aquarius from whatever takeover they're planning. And so she sneaks in using somebody else's gear, but man, it's a lot of work to get her about 4 steps into Aquarius before Aquarius sees right through her disguise.
Right. All he needs to do is ask her to say something.
And some of the other characters who are part of that security team, is his name Learned, I think, is like the guy who's gonna be helping the humans counteract Aquarius in this issue.
Yeah, this sequence
Learned,
here.
yeah, Mr. Learned.
This sequence here, so he's like the Harry Dean Stanton or Yaphet Kotto mechanics in Alien, like that low level kind of worker.
Yeah.
And this sequence like illustrates that. It feels like a Dan O'Bannon like Alien moment. But if you you take the color away, you got I forget her bar, Sadie's bar or something in Sin City.
You really do, especially with like that smoke pattern.
Yeah.
That stuff is really something that'll carry over and show up again in Sin City a decade later. You see our demon confronting the Ronin. Is that demon is Aquarius the demon, you know, on its own, to answer your question, Ed, because this is the, again, owner of this company. We think he's been possessed by the demon, but possibly it's just the influence of Aquarius with a bigger agenda and starting to really influence the humans around them.
Right.
And you see Casey going between this present and the Billy's fantasy world, a character that we saw in issue 1.
Right. The shrew. So cool.
And you see the different drawing styles between, I don't know, I hesitate to say real world because it does feel like we are in the Matrix in the real
Mobius
world.
world and Goseki Kojima world.
Right. Yeah, it's almost future and past is probably another way to describe some of this. And defeats the first, robot warrior that she's fighting, but then humans are showing up as part of the security force, and there's a blackout. Blackout being done, I think, by Billy, not by the human resistance, because they are starting to marshal those forces as well. People who are siding with Casey and not believing that Casey has turned evil or is a saboteur.
This is one of the mind-blowing spreads that I remember as a kid, this like sequence where we see the light slowly turn on. He light boxes the pages over and over again and just keeps adding more and more as you go. I think one of the main things that harms this work is that because it's such a visual medium, I don't know that there aren't many memorable scenes like visually, like they're all packed up front. Throwing the sword,
issue 1 is very visual,
jabbing the sword through yourself to like kill the guy behind you. And I think that to create like a memorable work, you have to have more of those. Like think about Dark Knight, and you could recite scenes like Shakespeare in a way of these different moments and stuff. He's not there with the dialogue to create a memorable scene of that level that sticks with you forever. So I think that in his canon, I think that's why this one is like not at the front of everybody's thoughts, is because there's not so much, all that stuff that we checked out like the past couple of weeks, there's not really very many memorable set pieces or anything.
Yeah, it is interesting. And I think that's a piece of going from like the monthly comic, assembly line comics, Daredevil, you need 20 pages. And you're almost laying down track. Like there's not a finite ending. It's not one graphic novel approach. And I think that this was just a bizarre, different experience. And so, like I say, I think the protagonist changes partway through the series. I think this is really something that maybe got away a little bit. And then it's like, okay, make some adjustments, keep going. Just super ambitious. In this sequence, Casey is visiting with her husband, who Aquarius has imprisoned. The husband is the architect of Aquarius, kind of built this software that has become sentient and eventually kills him in front of Casey, his partner. And we're going to see him actually come back briefly as like a cyborg under the control of Aquarius in a little bit. But you do, I think, see the stakes as this goes along. Totally.
And I'm going to pay a lot of attention when we get to that part, because I think if you would have made that a little bit more bombastic, a little bit bigger, that was an opportunity to create like a real memorable sequence. Because, like, to be honest, I don't even remember that scene from when I read it like 2-3 times before.
Yeah, I wonder, like doing that 16-panel grid and stuff, if at times it's a good idea, but now you're a little bit locked in, right? Like instead of having some huge impact moment of this kind of big character being killed, it's stuck in this 16-panel grid, which plays out, throughout this book. Maybe not always to the best effect.
Right.
In this case, the machines got Casey dead to rights whenever suddenly it's blown up, because Billy is more powerful than anybody expects.
Right.
So he kind of saves the day there. Learn it again, trying to regroup the troops, and we're going to send our leader from demon form back to human because there are problems happening. The human resistance is making things harder for Aquarius. Billy's making it harder for Aquarius.
I really liked the figure drawing here. Like, I have to imagine that Frank used a little reference, because like this stoop of the chest, like the sort of bent trunk, and the way the gravity of like the boobs and stuff like that, and where the shoulders are, I think that's a very good piece of figure drawing. This is a real fun, like, it's shades of Martha Washington. Like it makes me think of video games. Like I could fuck with a whole comic where it's just some chick running left to right destroying things.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's also I think we've said in past videos, belief that this is done as spreads, and you can kind of see that, like the way the tiers are the opposite tiers across the spread.
Right, where the blacks are kind of, it's checkerboarded.
Yeah, and the blacks, we should say, is Billy and Aquarius going back and forth talking.
So this is a piece that he picked up, right? Like Frank Miller, as artists, like have two different kind of like dialogue things finally, because like that was a big complaint that we had early on. Yeah. So he's adding a piece to his comic book language, which is noteworthy.
Yeah, it makes it very clear who's speaking, which is kind of a challenge, if you're not going to have any drawing in that panel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good problem to solve.
Also, by the way, like if this comic he started making it in '82 and it's like '84 is nearly done, you need to shave some corners a little bit, man. Get these fucking pages in already. Get it out of your life.
And this is Casey's husband brought back from the dead. You can see the biotech taking over where he had his gaping chest wound from being shot.
It's so good, man, because it's a total zombie. We've seen this language in the comic in the beginning, and it was like apparatus, it was accessories, but now it's barnacles. It's symbiotes.
And Casey has to do the tough move. We've seen the blam a lot throughout this series, something that'll go into Sin City again a decade later. But
yeah, see, having it at the 8-panel grid maybe was not the move.
And at this point, all the obstacles have been removed. It's time to get to the heart of Aquarius and have your showdown with Virgo. The owner of the company, dressed up as a superhero, by the way. You know, I mean, even a lightning bolt on his chest. He's basically saying, you know, what's going on here. And that allows Learned to say, hey, if this is being subverted, we should evacuate people.
Right.
Which is kind of a nice moment in that you remember that this place is occupied by a bunch of workers, a bunch of human beings.
Yeah, the way they talk about it, in some ways, it's almost like the haves and the have-mores. Like rich people live there or something like that. You know, like, it's almost like there's like some sort of... We saw what the city is, but like all the bougie people live there or something.
And this is where we get some reference from her husband before he's killed about the fantasy nature of this entire story being in Billy's head.
Full exposition to just, you know, it's the St. Elmo's fire or whatever, St. Elsewhere freaking snow globe of the little touched boy looking at the snow globe of the hospital. Like, everything that we just read, throw it all out the window because it's just a fantasy of that human Thanksgiving turkey.
I think it's really cool trying to figure this out as like fantasy versus, I hate to say reality because it's so fantastic, the present setting, but this physical world versus this fantasy interior world, and yet you mirror that visually.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a pretty cool idea for a comic book. You know, comics work so well that way, especially when you can do it as a spread and you can see both worlds at the same time, and the layouts make it clear that it's the same.
Last issue, so like that's the like the subtext. That's the subtle stuff that he's been building this entire thing. When we get to see that stuff, so like when he's appropriating a horse and he's got Casey, like he finally has his like casting his spell on her, so she's a part of that stuff. The best spread was last issue when you have like those like demon bat things coming down.
Yes.
And you have the spread and you have the demons on the left page and then robots on the right, and it all becomes so clear. You know, she's like rubbing her eyes in the middle and then her eyes are open there and she sees the robots. So she has a push-pull with the fantasy, you know, like she's drug into it and then she sees the reality.
Frank Miller work, a common theme. Guns just go through all of this stuff.
Yeah.
To the point of like, I don't know what that is. If that's like the apex of 80s action movies, you know, infiltrating pop culture.
And he just likes that hard-boiled kind of stuff. You know, it's still action stuff. He's a pulp guy. I don't think he read Charles Willeford for Sin City. He read it because he wanted to.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so she frees Billy, and now we're back full on in his fantasy of Ronin, and the idea is, what's it called?
Seppuku.
Yes, that's let's get some honor on you, Ronin. You're free. You've done your mission. We've conquered the demon.
It's funny because like with this hedge of it all being fantasy world, now you can make the excuse that the appropriation, like the cultural appropriation stuff, is like totally fine, because we mentioned it in the first episode. You know, it's all like the most surface level. You watch that made for TV movie Shogun, you know, on Easter, every time it showed up every year, and so like that's the level of culture that you're putting into this comic. So like maybe that's all Billy knows, you know. He just watched Shogun and maybe Seven Samurai a time or two, Yojimbo, and that's all he knows. So it's a good hedge for Frank Miller's kind of like ignorance in a way.
Yeah, and you get detail of him committing this act of
Every
like
bit of
moving
it.
the blade across. Now twist the blade up to your heart.
Yeah, and like at least he would know it was seppuku, because like they call it harikari. You if you ever hear that term, but like it's it's like lames call it that. Like everybody who's like weeb like is a seppuku, but Harry Carey is just like, oh yeah, you stab yourself in the stomach, and it's like, no, there's a whole process, man. It's twisting, it's lifting, and then you got to get your head chopped off at the end.
And it seems like the idea of Billy being killed is the thing that ruins Aquarius.
Right.
Yeah, it is kind of hard figuring out some of these concepts.
And if you didn't think that those robots were Fugitoid before, like really take a look at them right now. It's a whole bunch of Fugitoids.
Yeah, and speaking of the ambitions of this comic, that's expensive to put your 4-page pull out in a book.
And you get paid for each of these pages, and yeah, it's pretty epic, but kind of whatever.
And I gotta imagine this is the idea that she died in that explosion,
Right.
and this is some sort of
Set them free, like
right.
You know, like the stuff that happens with your pineal gland on your last moments that you hear people talking about, like, you know, you're in euphoria.
Very Windsor Smith-esque, some of the inking on that figure to me.
Totally. Like, he's been pulling a lot of that Kaza kind of heavy metal-ish kind of marks, but I totally see that BWS type vibe.
The argument for Return to Ronin being the protagonist is that it's Billy's fantasy.
Right.
You know, like Billy's died, and this is kind of his fantasy. In issue 1, we established that he has feelings for Casey, the security officer that works Aquarius there.
Yeah.
So you wonder, like, this may not be her ending. This may be his ending that we're seeing in the afterlife.
Right. And Frank Miller draws some weird dicks in the future. You have to imagine that was a conversation with DC.
It makes me wonder, like, looking at the artist edition, if you'll see some whiteout and cross-hatching added there.
Right, or just some pencil, you know, some pencil erase marks and stuff like that. Because, you know, he's not shy about drawing the junk.
So that's your Ronin conclusion. I wonder the mindset of Miller by the time he turns this thing in. You know, if it's a book that took maybe twice as long as originally scheduled.
Yeah.
Ambition all over the place on every page and every character. I wonder, like, what his takeaway was.
It feels like, and this is 100% me just projecting, that it feels like he might answer that in the same way that, like, Klaus did with Velvet Glove, where he's putting together his first big project. He's a little bit whimsically minded with constructing it, and now he's got to figure out how to get the fuck out of it. And I think at a certain point, you just want to be done.
Right.
You know, I feel like I see that on the page. I don't see joy in storytelling. I think he bit off a lot more than he could chew, and he's doing his best to get out of it. And I think he took some writing shortcuts, certainly to explain, like, the fantasy stuff, just done in text. Like, I think he would have a different way to approach that, because, like, that should be a scene. It's a very important, pivotal piece, and to have it as, like, a dialogue thing, it's not very good comics. But he just is like, fuck it, like, let me get out of here.
One of the things I think we might look at coming up is Frank Miller's Comics Journal interview from 1985, because it would have been following this, but at the time of that interview, I think he's 28. He's working on Dark Knight Returns. He's working on Elektra Lives Again. I don't know if he started Elektra Assassin yet. He might have, but also Daredevil Love and War with Bill Sienkiewicz. All of this stuff, like, you know, within a year after this, is on his you know, schedule. Like, he's working on all these different pieces that are huge and ambitious, and really the stuff that he ends up being most successful with comes, like, right after this. So I'd be curious to revisit that interview, because it's been years since I read it, and I imagine they must talk about Ronin and that experience. The other thing that you know, you talk about, like, this taking maybe a little bit longer to finish. We read the interview where he's about an issue into it before it's published. And he's, you know, there's a lot of expectations on his part and excitement and energy around it. I wonder what critical reaction was for him, because, like, I think sales are disappointing after the first issue. And I think there may have been either negative feedback or no feedback, which is something I remember Bill Sienkiewicz talking about with Elektra Assassin. Whenever that issue comes out, it's kind of like weirdly silent, because I don't know that critics know what to make of it within the comics landscape at the time. And it seems like when we talked to Bill Sienkiewicz, that was something that it was a weird thing to get back. You know, you put all this energy into a project that's ambitious and out there and really new, and then not to get some kind of, like, chatter about it. It's hard. That's a weird thing to be met with. So you wonder, like, if Miller's in the middle of Ronin and whatever, comes back in that early stages, if it's like changes his plans, affects him at all. I don't know the answer to that, but I bet some of that probably comes up in that interview. So I'd be curious to read that almost as like the wrap up of Ronin and see what he takes from it, what his thoughts are shortly after completing it.
What we might have to do next week, man, is get the Kim Thompson piece, the infamous Kim Thompson piece, and then do that interview. I have the big TCJ.
I have that issue too.
Yeah.
So it's definitely one that we could duck into. But man, rereading this has been amazing. Like, right. I'm so happy that we went through this. I would highly recommend it to fans of Frank Miller, fans of 80s comics, comics history, Marvel DC history. I think this book really has a lot of avenues, vectors of interest coming out of this book. It's really almost like your lab experiment. Mm-hmm. And then I think so many comics sort of learned from this, did little pieces from it.
Totally.
Really a cool time going through this in chronological order, issue by issue.
Yeah, on the flip, the Alan Moore version of this for me is V for Vendetta. And that could be one that we go through in this kind of piecemeal weekly kind of fashion.
I'll say this too. I don't know that this is totally successful as a comic. As we've talked about, there's some real shortcomings to it. I think the marketplace was just weirded out by it. The stuff that isn't totally successful in a lot of ways is often the most interesting stuff.
A lot of times.
At least for talking about, for conversation. Like, there's so much I feel like if we reread this, I think our response would be different again.
Right, totally. Because even just like with what we know about the big reveal, which is kind of like a fizzle to me, I at least have that fresh in mind for like a second read.
Yeah, I would be curious to reread it with that in mind too, and see, like, do you think this was the original plan, or do you think we made changes on the go?
Right. Good to go, Jimmy?
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube platform, and we have more than 1,400 videos up there as we speak. There is a Frank Miller playlist, and all the Ronin videos are a part of that Frank Miller playlist, but we might have talked about your favorite comics. If we did not talk about your faves, go to the front page of Cartoonist Kayfabe, hit the little search box. It's a magnifying glass on the front page. Search for your faves. If we didn't talk about them, then please let us know. We could push those books higher up on our to-read piles. We have a Patreon, and the King Kayfabers on the Patreon get all of our videos before anybody else. We also have a private YouTube stream where we got about 24 King Kayfabers in there right now. We're chopping it up. We're talking comics, and they get access to the stuff that we talk about first on the aftermarkets. I see people buying things that we talked about in previous videos that we did. Ultimately, the vids are brought to you by the books that we make, and the holiday season is rapidly approaching, and the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in October. That's next month. Which means that your comic shop needs to order it right away so that we know where to ship these damn copies that we have left after all the online pre-order people. It's a 10-year anniversary of Hip Hop Family Tree, 50th anniversary of hip hop as a culture. So we had to do it up fresh with these 150 extra pages, man. A lot of extra value for your buying dollar, and I'm very, very proud of this book, so I hope you add it to your bookshelf. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is coming to you in November, and I'm pretty sure your shop can order this at this point right now. Make sure you scoop this one up, man. It's going to be a great addition to the library, and some of my X-Men Grand Design works are out of print. Red Room is the current focus. Trigger Warnings and the Antisocial Network trade paperbacks are out there for you to grab off the shelves right now. I'm serializing Crypto Killers, the last round of Red Room comics. I believe all 4 issues are probably out on the stands right now. But this 3rd issue right here, you want to make sure you snap that up ASAP, because the backup feature called Latchkey Kids, these are the first appearances of the characters I'm going to be focusing on in my daily comic strip that I'm going to begin serializing publicly in January 2024. But I have them exclusively coming out every Tuesday to my patrons on Patreon. Jimmy, why don't you tell the people what you got coming up?
My next release is Street Angel Princess of Poverty from Image Comics. It'll be out in November. You can pre-order that one now at your local comic shop, and I hope that you would do that so Image knows how many to print. It is a companion piece to Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, also from Image Comics. It'll be a similar size and format, so it'll look great on your shelf, and together these 2 books will collect all of the Street Angel comics that I have made so far. I also have Hulk Grand Design while supplies last. I do believe this is out of print at the distribution level, which means buy it up if you see it in your store and you haven't already, because once these are gone, no guarantee that they'll be reprinted, let alone when those will be available again. So grab that book now while you still can. And I have been making and self-publishing stuff lately, including these two zines. BW zine showcasing a lot of the black and white explosion comics. 1986 zine highlighting the greatest year in comics history. Everything from Dark Knight Returns to Mouse to Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle knockoffs. What a year this was, and 80 pages really showcasing that. I also have True Crime Funnies, 3 nonfiction stories, including 2 wrestling yarns. You can read these now on patreon.com/JimRugg, or you can get a print edition coming soon later this year. Will be available on my website.
There are some other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, if you will illuminate the masses.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That is also in the links in the show notes under this video.
There you have it. Buy the books, buy the merch, support the channel, keep the videos coming to you on a daily basis. Jimmy, give them the marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
I guess we still have the same setup at Baltimore like we did last year, huh?
It looks exactly the same.
With like the 2 tables and then the tables on the side. So I'm going to bring all 3 of my stands then. That's real fly. $7. The world we live in now.
It is.
Crazy. Good.
Hit it. Hello and welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
If you are new to Cartoonist Kayfabe, first of all, welcome. And second, let me remind you that we are a daily video series and have about 1,400 videos in our catalog. If you go to the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube homepage, you can search through our catalog, enter your favorite comic book or your favorite creator. We may have already talked about them. And if we haven't, leave a note underneath the video in the captions, because we do have a to-read pile. And with enough requests, maybe your favorite comic or creator will get to the top of that to-read pile. Also, we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. This will give you access to our videos early. And at the King Kayfaber level, you'll get all of our videos first. You'll even sit in on the recording session. This will give you an advantage in the Kayfabe effect, which is when we cover a book that everybody wants, they disappear from the aftermarket or they go up in price. So if you're at the front of the line, you get those copies that are still available and you get them before they spike. All right, Ed. Marvel recently reissued the Amazing Spider-Man 25th anniversary issue. I don't actually have Amazing Spider-Man 300, but I saw this recently at the comic book shop, started flipping through it and realized, you know what, I want that.
Yeah.
So I figured it'd be a chance to look at some early Primo McFarlane art, first appearance of Venom, a lot going for this issue, and I'll tell you what, I kind of like the anniversary issue because they're reprinting ads and like text pieces and all kinds of stuff, which is what I often miss whenever they do reprints. So pretty cool about that, and figured it'd be a fun chance to look at some old McFarlane art. And you can see right off the bat, Venom, lettered by Rick Parker here in our title. But I mean, this is the big story, I think, looking back on this issue.
Yeah, of course, man. And I had this comic as a kid and just destroyed it, read it to tatters. I was thinking about this, man, because I haven't reread this comic in forever. But I remember believing it. Like as a little kid, I felt for MJ. She just got menaced. Like this is what you would call the first like full appearance of Venom. But he shows up at the apartment last issue.
It's a very harrowing, like the way they present this.
Yeah,
it's a pretty dark moment.
It really is. So it was like this is close to my heart, man. I totally remember this stuff. Noting that McFarlane is inking this,
Yeah.
This is pretty early in his run. And it gets away from him so much, and you see it with the hair especially for everybody. He doesn't know how to ink the hair very well at all. It's very frizzy, puts weird blacks in there and stuff.
This is a double-length issue, and I think McFarlane might have been drawing some other book like a Hulk or something at this time as well. Like the guy's putting out a lot of pages.
Yeah.
And here's Eddie Brock, bodybuilding in his vengeful quest against Spider-Man. It's not enough to have that alien costume also after Spider-Man. Brock is just angry and working on pumping up those muscles for the kill.
He got the weights because he read somewhere that it helps relieve stress.
Yeah.
It's like literally an origin story for that man. It's such a hokey comic. Like that part I forgot about, but like it's that same old shit where
there are several examples of McFarlane doing these like photocopy photos in the background, even on the cover.
Totally,
that's your high res photocopy, and there'll be a few of those examples throughout this. I think it's something that McFarlane maybe sheds at some point, but it's kind of neat to see it.
Sure, man. Like this is a comic. You have to have Spider-Man flying around New York City, and if you can cut a little corner here and there, especially if you've got a Hulk comic to draw, also, fucking do it.
It's funny too. I'm reminded of just where comics used to be 25 years ago, because you're getting like all the backstory on everything, the Spider-Man costume, the Secret Wars.
That's what I was saying. Like when we get to the Eddie Brock shit, where he's got to give his whole origin story and things. Classic McFarlane shot.
Yeah, McFarlane feels like McFarlane in this to me. He continues to evolve, of course, but I mean, there's a lot of distinct McFarlaneisms. There's another one of those high contrast photocopies, and MJ wants them to move to a much nicer apartment,
right?
Pretty much on her dime as a supermodel, because Peter Parker's not making any money, and that comes up several times.
Which is an interesting dynamic.
Another high contrast photo.
Yeah, totally. Continuing the woe is me kind of Peter Parker character. So it's no longer about high school stuff. It's like you're cucked out because your old lady like is a better breadwinner than you are. So like, how does that make you feel? It's interesting.
And he goes and gets that Fantastic Four gun that helped him previously. Gonna get some Aunt May appearances in here. And this is, I wonder if this is, I think this is a repeat panel of the foreground. But you're seeing like the different versions of Eddie Brock, because that costume can change as he's following Peter Parker around.
Right.
Until he disappears down a dead-end alley. I enjoy seeing this kind of stuff. Like, draw some architecture.
Yeah.
What's this great apartment look like that they're looking at?
Yeah, no, you gotta freaking draw that. Good luck.
And she's trying to convince Peter Parker, man, the heck with the news photos. Like, come be a fashion photographer, make some money.
But it's largesse. Like, she's like, how can I make him feel any better? And like, what can I do? He's
depressed. Let me take off my clothes.
He's really a fucking loser, man. And then she's like, oh, how about fashion photography? And he's all like, Eeyore, like he's like, oh, I just can't take good photos like that. And she's like, all right, well, let's take some private shots for my OnlyFans.
Slowly, Peter's spirits begin to rise.
Shit.
Kids comics. All right, man. Dinner at Aunt May's, and MJ's dressed for, I don't know what they're planning to do after this. Some night on the town.
Straight up, man. And all that hair we just saw goes in a very convenient tiny little bun. You got some, what we call in Pittsburgh, this fella's Nebby.
Right.
Nebby old neighbor. Very critical of the kids. But we're really building these kids up. This lovely couple up. MJ is trying to, insert herself into the family. Tells Aunt May that she needs to come by the house. Don't be a stranger.
Bizarre spread.
Yeah.
It's really funny.
Gotta have your Peter Parker domesticity. Honestly, when I was a kid, at a certain point, I was into like the real life parts more than just like you see the same fight scenes over and over again. There's very little variation. They either win or they don't. There's like no stakes, but like the lives of the characters is something I was interested in.
I like seeing McFarlane drawing this kind of stuff too.
Yeah,
it's kind of neat. Something that you won't see him do as he goes on through his career. He doesn't have to draw the boring pages.
Right.
But I kind of like those. They're almost like the alt comics pages that are part of this. Eddie Brock is in church whenever this policeman shows up and kills that dude.
Yeah.
It's funny to see the early Venom too.
Right.
Like how do we make this character? What's cool about him? What works? You see him almost trying this stuff where it's part Venom enough to do whatever attack he needs to do. Not quite that visual, like fangs dripping.
That comes later. That's Larson adding his piece. It was Ron Friends. I did a talk with Ron Friends at a college in town, and he described the evolution of Marvel characters' costumes as a game of telephone. and he described the like the Storm, the way that Silvestri drew Storm. It was like black leather, but he allowed like a lot of lighting, so to sort of shine on it, and then they wouldn't color that lighting. It would be left white, and then her outfit turns white, just like after two artists, because like Jim Lee comes next, and then Wills comes after that, and it's a white outfit.
It's the thing that, as fans, like as readers when we're kids, you never think about that,
right?
You know, it's almost like it's a misprint that got by everybody. Now that's it.
Yeah,
that's canon. I kind of like these scenes better than I like the Spider-Man scenes.
Totally.
Just the, like regular people and like, what is that haircut? Who is this? This is a reference to something I'm sure that I'm not getting, but it's really outrageous in this context.
Yeah, I think it's about like showing the Parker friends versus the MJ friends.
Right. And a little cameo here of Mad Magazine. So McFarlane gets Parker gets pulled away, but you see basically they're moving into their new apartment.
There was slight confusion here. Like, does Peter see this, or this is another panel of Peter flying?
I read it as this is Venom out looking for Parker,
right?
And so he
Peter
sees
Parker
it, and he's like,
it.
"I gotta go.
Yeah,
I gotta go. I don't want this showing up here." And he kind of says that.
Yeah.
That creep must have checked Chelsea Street and found I wasn't there anymore. He's looking for him. Can't have him show up in front of all my friends.
Yeah, check this out though on this one, because now you have create a drawing problem, right? You have this high contrast Xerox of the cityscape, but then you have this black costume.
Black on black.
So he hits it with the white Zipatone, and it creates that separation.
Yeah, and you can see him like learning to do this, his ornate version of cities and buildings. Which by the time he gets to like Spider-Man 1, it's nuts what he's drawing in terms of like the buildings and the scratchy details everywhere.
Yeah, I was such a sucker for this kind of stuff.
It's a good centerfold too. You know, we always talk about books falling open in their centerfold. Like, you're getting your money. If you're flipping through this quickly to see if you want to buy it and you see this as your centerfold, it's like, yeah, Spider-Man Venom fight.
So heavy on the web. Like he looks sturdy as shit. Like he weighs 1,000 pounds.
I think this is a great image and probably starts moving into that, like, let's make that mouth the character.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eddie Brock's funny dude. This is really bizarre. Some of those lines, when you say like McFarlane's inks are getting away from him, some of the lines are so different. Like, I don't know what this, like nothing looks like that. I can't point to another comic or another artist where I go, oh yeah, those lines are, Terry Austin on so and so. Like, I don't think so.
Yeah, can make an argument for these ones of just a symbiote kind of taking over, but like those are like so far away from him. But I did want to make mention of like just the Howard Chaykin idea of comic art, images with narrative value. And we talk about talking head comics and how boring and stuff they are. This is not boring to me. And it's the wonkiness that makes it interesting to look at. There's no narrative value. It's just a talking head. It's a guy saying some stuff. But if you draw fucked up a little bit, it could still be a very interesting page.
I'll give you another reason why I think that would work as a talking head. You don't see this anywhere else. Right. Like, my criticism of talking heads is it's often like it's the same size and it's just repeated.
Yeah, totally. The bend is shit.
And going across this action while our villain is monologuing, Peter Parker's trying to reach for this gun.
Yeah, this is like Todd McFarlane like thinking he's clever, but when you think out the storytelling of it, just how absurd and bullshit it really is, because mountains of text, and it's almost like it's almost parody. It's almost like you could imagine that a spotlight has now gone on Eddie Brock, Venom, and now he's totally in his own world talking about this origin while Spider-Man's doing all this stuff to get closer to that. Because it's not just a stretch. It's like crawling that is required, and Eddie Brock is not interested until he gets the last sentence of his origin out of the equation before he deals with anything.
I'll give you one more. This is photocopied. So it's I think you're doing double pages and you're just trying to get this issue done because it is a brutal schedule I think he's on. So one more panel that you can draw once and use a couple of times and just redraw that hand.
Right.
So you get to use it 3 times and you can almost see the photocopy degrading over the 3 pages as some of the finer lines are just breaking up more and more.
Yeah, great image.
That's hilarious, yeah. That's really fun cartooning there. But again, this is all talking heads. This is all monologue, but you don't see the same head over and over.
Right. There's a thing, man. They said that lifting weights will help with stress.
It didn't work. It's great stuff.
It is. It's boys' comics, just pot boilers, man. Sort of what this kind of comic should be.
And you can see those lines earlier that I said, they're strange lines. It's how he's doing that costume. And
Exactly.
I think this gets abandoned. I think it's much more of like that liquidy kind of thing is what Venom becomes.
Yeah, he creates the iconography to begin. It takes a bunch of other dudes to kind of add their little pieces to the tapestry. Because, like, look at the creative problems that McFarlane has to solve. You got two black costumes on top of each other. That's not easy, man.
Yeah, and I always hate, like, whenever I've inked stuff where it's like a white line that's left behind. That's not the funnest stuff to ink.
No, because you have to draw around it, really.
Yeah,
like there's not a real good white media that you could put into your pen.
Like, this is what I think Venom becomes more of.
Yeah, totally.
Like that kind of liquid thing.
Chekhov's gun, man. We established it earlier, so we got to get it in there. But this is also one of those, like, completely stupid scenes. So not only did he steal it from Reed Richards and stuff, the one thing that works, just leave it.
Well, I mean, he says, if I kill that costume, I'm killing Brock, and he's not comfortable doing that.
Yeah, but you could still, give glancing blows with it, keep him off your ass, prevent this from happening.
I keep going.
Listen, man, big schedule.
Yeah.
And that's a Rick Parker special.
That's funny. It looks so much like something was pasted up here. Like this was some kind of... They decided to go this direction. But Spider-Man loses this fight, and when he wakes up, he's webbed into this bell.
That's still another funny image. And you could kind of see his body around there, man.
Yeah, definitely.
But that's a lot of webs.
It is indeed.
And now we're getting biblical with our Eddie Brock.
I wonder if that's in the script. Like, dress him up as a priest for this moment. The church stuff in here is very weird because it doesn't feel integral to the story.
Yeah.
But we're going to do a couple around. I think this is the third piece of church scene in this issue. Maybe the fourth. Yeah, it feels like that's something that maybe they considered and then just got away from when it comes to the Venom character.
Yeah, just simply like we're adding to the Eddie Brock character. He's such a thin character, just like a plagiarist or whatever.
Right.
So like let's make him a Catholic plagiarist.
And we have Spider-Man stopping this giant gong from I guess caving in his face.
It's a fucking Adam West Batman scenario.
It is, and it's spread over several pages. Some of the least exciting stuff you could probably do with these characters. Tie him up in a bell for 6 pages.
The best things to do with these kind of comics is to put everybody else in peril but the superhero, because we know there will be another issue. There's no dramatic possibility anymore with that kind of thing.
So let's resume the fight. Interesting to see the church stuff and think of what spawned, where McFarlane ends up going.
Totally.
Like, do you think that's a McFarlaneism, putting some of this church religious imagery in there? You think it's in the plot?
Nah, I don't think he's going to be drawing a cross in perspective if he doesn't have to.
And ends up delivering the costume and Brock together back to Fantastic Four. They should have some kind of containment for this, right? Mm-hmm. They had the old alien costume before. Love the ads. That's wild.
I was thinking, like, look at how hard that must be to draw. Like the four, four-sided four in perspective where they all meet at the top. Like, I would just trace whoever did the best one of those. That's a complicated perspective problem to solve.
Yeah, I'm trying to picture it, like, if it all works right, and I think it does. But that is a funny gimmick to have on your building top. And also Spider-Man making a scene of using the phone.
Right. Look at that, man. Could it be one of the first Felixes? Because that's a very proto Felix.
That was that. This is my era of when I started reading of the Ben Grimm thing mutation.
Right.
At that point. And then our big final moment is Parker comes home, MJ's bummed out, and it's because of that costume.
Right, yeah.
So get rid of the costume, which I think McFarlane mentioned can't remember if it was talking to us or in some other interview I read with
It's
him,
famous.
but like getting Spider-Man back to look like Spider-Man.
Right. Like let's bring the iconic character back. I mean, this would be like 88, 89. Like we've dealt with that black costume for so long, but in all the pop culture, it's always the red and blue. Like at the end of the cartoons that are like Marvel Productions, it's red and blue. The Underoos are red and blue. Like the black costume never went anywhere but the comics. So they tried freaking hard, man, to like push that.
I think it was over 30 issues. It was a long time.
That's what I'm saying. It's like from like Secret Wars, it's like 82 to it's like 6 years or something maybe.
And again with the high contrast photo backdrop.
Yeah, for sure, dude. Iconic piece of artwork right there. And
Makes me assume McFarlane had a photocopier in his studio.
Yeah, or had very close access.
I think that was common for artists to have. Yeah, right. If not in your studio, you'd have access to one somewhere handy.
Yeah, I was trying to like. I feel like I've seen the original somewhere. Maybe it's in the artist edition that we have or something. And it would be worth investigating. Like, you know, you get 11 by 17 Xerox, and then you got to cut out your fucking guy, man. Like this is practical. So like you got to cut out around those webs and stuff, and maybe fill in some ink around. Like that's not nothing. Like he isn't just drawing this guy and that's it. Like there's still a lot of work that needs to be done.
And then a Stan Lee soapbox in the back of the Spider-Man 300. Nothing stood out to me on this. I just like the idea that, you know, they're reprinting ads and all in this edition.
I used to think that's how you spelled Russian, by the way.
That's funny. I wonder, and Kayfabers can post this in comments. I'm curious about like the various anniversary editions or reprints of like old issues that Marvel has done like this. Because I'm glad they do the ads and everything intact.
Yeah, it's I think that's unique, that part. But like I was just grabbing, you know, these WYSIWYGs down at New Dimension. They had like kind of at the cash wrap section. They have all of these things, and it seemed very random. Like it would be like Jeff Purvis Hulks.
So maybe like first Gray Hulk or something like that.
Yeah, like I don't know exactly what it is, but
the one I always want is that Hulk 340, because they did a reprint of that years ago, and it's like through the roof. I never see it anywhere, and if you do find one, it's pretty expensive, and that's one that I would like that issue, and I don't have it in any form.
It'd make a good episode.
Yeah,
fun to look at, man. Iconic comic of our youth for sure.
Yeah, pretty good. Interesting to look at this stuff 25 years ago. I can't believe it.
Iconic, man. Like how many times have people done their version of this?
Yeah.
How many times did McFarlane do his own version of that? I think probably every 100 issues on Spawn, there's some variants on that.
Yeah, for sure.
Good to go?
Yep.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We're a daily YouTube channel, and we've got more than 1,400 videos up there as we speak. There's a Todd McFarlane playlist, I'm pretty sure. Take a look, hit the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Search for your favorite comics. We might have talked about them. If we did, watch those videos. If we didn't, then make sure you let us know what those comics are so that we can put those higher up on our reading list. We're going to be going to a comic convention this weekend. Might pick them up if we don't got those books.
That's right.
The videos are brought to you ultimately by the books that we make, and the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is a book that I'm extremely proud of. It's coming out next month, as of this recording, in October 18th, I believe. And I need you to order this thing. Your comic shop can order it as we speak. Collects 4 volumes of the Hip Hop Family Tree series and 150 pages of material that is not in those first 4 books. So this is kind of the ultimate statement on Hip Hop Family Tree. It's the best book I've ever made, and I hope you add it to your bookshelves. The X-Men Grand Design trilogy is coming out from Marvel, collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works inside of one handy cover. A couple of those volumes are out of print, so it's a way for you to get all of my X-Men Grand Design comics. And Red Room is the current focus. 2 trade paperbacks are out there, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. But this third round and final round of Red Room comics is called Crypto Killers, and issue 3 of Crypto Killers has a backup feature called Latchkey Kids. I'm working on a book called Switchblade Shorties, which is going to be a daily comic strip, and this Latchkey Kids strip is the first appearance of those characters. So it's kind of a hot key for the Ed Piskor bibliography, and I hope you check out this comic. Jimmy, why don't you tell the people what you have on the horizon?
My next book release is Street Angel Princess of Poverty from Image Comics. This will be out in November, but you need to pre-order it now. So let your local comic shop know that you want a copy. This is a companion piece to Street Angel Deadly Scroll Alive, also from Image Comics. Together, Princess of Poverty and Deadly Scroll Alive reprint all of the Street Angel comics that I have made so far. Hulk Grand Design, the oversized Treasury Collection, one of the best comics I have made, best looking comics I've made so far. I believe is out of print at the distribution level, which means if you haven't got it yet, pick it up now before it's completely gone and impossible to find. Hard to tell when this will be reprinted. I've also been self-publishing. True Crime Funnies is my latest comic book featuring 3 nonfiction stories, including 2 wrestling yarns. And my latest zines include a reprint of BW Zine and 1986 Zine, celebrating the black and white comics of the 80s, the self-publishing comics that I am such a fan of, as well as 1986, just one of the greatest years in comics history, showcasing a lot of what made that year so memorable for comics fans and collectors out there. You can read these on my Patreon, patreon.com/JimRugg.
Not the only way to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, however. Let the people know, Jim.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
There you have it. Buy the books, support the channel, keep the videos coming to you on a regular basis. Given those marching orders, Jimmy, we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
I forgot to download the Mignola PDF, but I'm putting it on my chunky right now. I was thinking, like, what's that last episode that we have to do? Do you know what this stuff was for?
What it was for?
Yeah.
Isn't it the oh shit, the name of it, the Jim Starlin 4-issue?
No, it comes after, I think.
Oh, well, then you know what? Maybe it was commissioned for the animated stuff, the Bruce Timm
Yeah.
Superman, maybe.
Yeah, like I just didn't know if it was for its own thing. We're gonna look at the Mike Mignola New Gods, a PDF of all that artwork. But
Wow, I had no idea it wasn't for the Cosmic
Odyssey,
Yeah. I was ready to read Cosmic Odyssey after going through that.
totally.
I'm still ready to read Cosmic Odyssey, to be honest. It's on my I have it on my iPad.
It's been high on my list, man.
I'll tell you
For years.
That's interesting though, because I was looking at it. I should save this all for video talk.
I just want to see an article real quick. Did work on the New God series in the late 80s. These are original designs by him, revealed today on intended for an animated film that never materialized. Created by Jack Kirby, blah blah blah. No artwork coincidental. Hits of Abe Sapien. Okay, so it's just it's promo pieces.
Late 80s. So post Cosmic Odyssey.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay, that
No, well, no. Although Mignola did work on New Gods series in the late 80s, it doesn't have a date on this. Let me just look at one more thing and see if
take your time.
All right.
What do you know about it?
Just it doesn't give a date, but it was for New Gods potential. Animated series.
I was looking at it on my iPad,
Yeah.
and you know how you get to the last page and then it's like whatever the next
Right.
thing is. My next thing is the Hellboy sketchbooks, like all those con sketchbooks that he would do.
Right.
And it's a massive collection. I think I have like 2 or 3 of those in print, but the collection's like giant, like 400 pages or something. So I ended up going through a bunch of those.
Let's see what's the next on mine. The human figure in motion.
Did you find a time for these?
Nope. But it's after Cosmic Odyssey. It's crazy how yellow it is. And then I think if yeah. You know, you could do something slick by talk about like the chat or whatever. Maybe not.
Outsmart ourselves.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave this up.
What's that?
I'm gonna leave it up.
Yeah.
I don't know about moving it back and forth.
Yeah, no, there's no reason. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, like for the...
Yeah, it'll be
Yeah,
good
I
for
see.
the intro.
Yeah. Good to go?
Hit it. Hello and welcome to your favorite daily comic book channel on YouTube, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Welcome to all the new watchers out there, and it is a daily video series about comics, Cartoonist Kayfabe, and we've done about 1,400 videos on various comics and cartoonists in our catalog. You can go to the YouTube homepage for Cartoonist Kayfabe and check out our search. See if we've covered your favorite comic book or your favorite creators. If we have not, leave a comment below so that we can adjust our reading list and maybe cover that one next week. Also want to remind everybody that we have a Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. There are 3 different levels that get you access to our videos early. And at the King Kayfaber level, you can actually sit in on our recording session and be the very first people to see the videos and the books that we are covering. This will give you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. If we cover a book that you want to add to your collection, you'll be the first one trying to track down a copy. This can help if the book is rare or if it's going to go up in price once a few people start looking for it. So check out our Patreon, see what level works best for you, and we'll see you there. So we got hold of kind of an interesting object here, Ed. This is a digital file, as you guys watching at home can see, but it's a collection of Mike Mignola character designs for New Gods. And I love Mike Mignola, and I kind of love his character design work. Like, going through these this week made me want to draw, which is something I always say is like a great sign for an artist. But it's incredible to think like Jack Kirby designs filtered through Mike Mignola's sensibilities. And I guess this may have been for an animated film or feature or series or something. So a little bit simplified character designs, but man, did the design shine in terms of what Kirby originally created, but also where Mike Mignola is as like a designer and artist.
Totally. Mignola did Cosmic Odyssey with Jim Starlin, which is a book that we need to cover on this channel sooner than later. Here tell that there was some New Gods thing in like the late 80s that he participated in, but this is full on Mignola. Like, the cool thing is about this kind of thing is that it's not P. Craig Russell inking him or somebody, so it's just him doing his own natural style. For all intents and purposes, it's mature Mignola.
It is, and I was wondering, I'm not sure exactly when this is from. I think late 80s, sometime around then. And you see these things like one line weight, which probably comes from it's character designs. You're doing these kind of quickly. It's just an idea to get a sense of these characters and to do a bunch of them to sort of like winnow it down into like what defines these characters visually. And you want to simplify that for animation. But I feel like there's stuff that he takes away from here that then goes into his regular style.
Yeah, totally. Like these like little dots. There's a Hellboy Mignola Kirby Crackle.
Yes.
And I mean, these are Sharpies, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. It seems like it. Sharpies are some other kind of marker because you can almost see like that chisel tip heavy. You've got, I think, 2 pens here. One heavy thing to fill in the blacks, and then that light line work. And this is a Kirby character that's built for Mike Mignola. This is a monster design.
Yeah.
It's so great.
But with his style, he's able to get all this, like, weight. Mm-hmm. And it looks like these very, very heavy guys on these very tiny little feet. But they look rock solid.
It's interesting, those small legs, because it's almost that Silvestri X-Men stuff that was so distinct to me. And it looks great here. One
question that I have is, like, is it more middle 90s, and is the Bruce Timm stuff out? Because this is clearly a different approach. You know, like
Yes.
when Bruce Timm puts his stamp on stuff, like it's there, like with JLA or Superman or anything like that. But this is clearly going in a different direction.
It is. You know what? I went back here one just to look at the Killing Glove because again, depending on when this is, did he fall in love with drawing these kind of big heavy hands?
Yeah,
and when it was
that
time to
one
do
big
Hellboy,
arm. Fuck
you
yeah,
know?
dude.
These are great though. The proportions are awesome. You see the big arms on this one as well. Just really attractive stuff. I like the symmetry of like those lines around his waist, gloves and boots there.
Yeah, there's a perspective there.
Even the lines that he chooses to use in the heads, like those craggy lines, it's almost Bushmiller in the put 3 lines.
Right.
You know, we don't need to over render all of this stuff in the face and shadow underneath that heavy brow. That's great stuff. That feels like it's out of a Hellboy.
It really
comic.
does.
I like looking at some of the way he distorts these legs because I think in silhouette you could find Kirby legs that look like that.
Right.
But it feels like they're constructed a little bit different with Mike Mignola's sensibility there. So pretty cool to see how he approaches action. That's something that always, when I see him doing action or a fight scene, always pops for me because he's so good with what I think of as static figures, you know, almost like that thoughtful pause.
Right.
Whenever he does action, I'm always impressed because it's something that I think like the great cartoonists have that ability to do both. And his stuff can be very kind of that horror contemplative stuff, but very good at the action whenever it comes up.
He has such an interesting, unique style. I always wonder who is it in Hollywood that gravitates toward him, because he wouldn't be the first thought in my mind for like animation work, but he's done like lots of it. You know, that Atlantis thing.
Yeah.
And
there's a great story. I think it was in Comic Scene magazine about Atlantis. I think it was a Disney production, but they brought him in after they were underway, and he said it was like his style was broken down on the boards. You know, like the artist had been looking at his work, but also like kind of dissecting it in a way that like
mathematics.
Kind of strange to see your work, you know, scrutinized in that way. I'll have to try to find that article because it's fascinating, and I do think that would be quite an experience to see your work viewed that way, especially by master artists, you know.
Right.
And you can see him working things out, you know, like some of the notes are really great and informative of like, well, how do we do this? You know, the stooped hunchback, and you can kind of see him like working out that shape, like how do I sell that of this evil, Desaad old, you know, kind of broke down, bent over character. Happy people of Apocalypse. It's so disturbing.
Straight out of Hellboy.
I feel like I've seen videos of like people on drugs wandering around the streets that look like zombies, and it really feels like this drawing. Kind of bothers me. More happy people. These things look like characters you could put in almost any kind of story.
Totally.
And you can see all the great shapes, the triangles for hair there. Man, I think more and more about the shapes and how just build those shapes into your compositions.
Yeah, it's everything, man. And he's good with that. Like, that's how you get those, like, curvy shoulders that aren't shoulders. It's just that curved line down.
Yeah, you see it again and again, and you'll see it a lot in these sketches.
Full Bride of Frankenstein regalia.
Totally. Those big, heavy, like, bolts that populate a lot of these characters. You know, you see them here on the sleeves instead of on the neck. That kind of stuff's a neat design element.
Yeah, it's something he's been... the Hellboy horns... Like, he was using them back in, like, the late mid-'80s, man, in backups in frickin' Ron Friend's Thor comics, when he was just drawing, like, these, like, demons. And I never really understood what those were. I was like, are those lights? Like, I never quite understood it.
I see a lot of the Kirby Thor in the New Gods, which kind of makes sense if you're, you know, thinking of god characters. But I see a lot of those motifs. And I think those do influence Mignola. You know, I don't know when he adopts that, if it is around Cosmic Odyssey time when he really digs into Kirby or whatever, but I feel like he does take some of those visual elements out of there.
It's so interesting. This is a big, brawny character that has no shoulders. You know, like he's good at that, but he's got the shoulders of like your girlfriend or something.
Yeah, even the arms look like they're lower. I love how it looks. You know, it's no complaint, but it is interesting because it does feel like you're building your own anatomy.
The people who swipe from him, they always do that. They steal the shoulders for sure.
it's cool going through a series too. Like I think we'll have several of these Scott-free versions in different regalia and like working out some different concepts for it.
There's a BPRD guy, man. There's like a Lobster Johnson or something that we're going to see with Scott Free in a minute.
Check out this idea of like that belt and how it moves from, you know, the belt being dark into like the light part where the, you know, you imagine it's a metallic surface, but how do you do that in a very simple way that could work in animation? And it's like experimenting with that in these sketches. It looks so cool. It looks so cool, like seeing it come together, and Mike Mignola meets Jack Kirby. Still dealing with those shapes. Like this arm is not even defined. Once it hits up into the torso, we don't even have a line.
Right.
Like separating that bicep up to the shoulder. It's just all one big shape.
Like, look at that, right? That's like Lobster Johnson or somebody.
Totally. Yeah, totally.
Some BPRD guy.
Absolutely. This insignia is really neat, and we'll see that, you know, as like a military banner. And this is probably about the closest to, you know, Mr. Miracle, traditional Mr. Miracle here. Moving in that direction anyway. This is fun too whenever he's like, okay, what if it was sleeves? What if it was cloth? You know, this part of the costume. Being able to represent that with that one line weight and really one line. I have such admiration for that. It's that deceptive thing of like simple is not easy.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, you go try it.
I used to read interviews with various artists, and they would talk about how like it's harder to do that with one line than it is whenever you're cross-hatching everything and able to do whatever you want.
Yeah, it's in every interview with every animator you've ever
This is one of those examples of the anatomy. I was looking at this week and thinking like, look at that chest and how this is drawn. I got no problem with any of this, but I would never think to draw anatomy this way.
Yeah, it's ballsy. It's ballsy because the way like the way the like breast muscle works, you know, it's almost like a little kid line in a way.
You wonder at some point, like, does Mike Mignola just sort of do his thing and results be damned in terms of who's going to pay for it, who wants to commission it? I think that's when it really shines, but it does look like an artist who gets very, if not confident, just don't care anymore. I'm drawing what I want to draw the way I want to draw it, and we'll see who the audience is.
Right.
This looks like an early Metron, too, because I think that it's not deep enough, the chair. You know, I think it hasn't quite figured out like how this should look.
Right.
But you really get to see that development. All those things coming into his head too. Very awesome for Metron. Love that face.
It's so interesting because I wonder what the assignment was, because I mean this is all unique new stuff, you know, and certainly when this would have been created, it would be like comic fans who would be the number one audience, and they don't like that shit. They want to see Orion's regular costume, you know.
I do wonder if it's like you said, post Bruce Timm or something like that, where because Bruce Timm's style was pretty radical. We all look at it and go, "Oh, it looks great now," but when that shows up, like that was a weird looking Batman. The first time I saw animated Batman, it was like that's bizarre. And then you watch him move, and you watch an episode, and it's like, oh, no, that's the best Batman ever done.
Yeah, I mean, I you know, like that Fleischer stuff, like I had those on tape and stuff, and I'm like, okay, they're doing like a Fleischer thing. So there was precedent, but I mean, this is far out. And it's not, at least Batman's costume is Batman, you know, it's not, you know, this extra shit. Like, you wouldn't recognize, if that Orion was covered up, you wouldn't know what character that is.
Also, it wouldn't surprise me if there were a few artists tasked with this. Like, I've been commissioned to do character design for concept art, and knowing that there are, like, 3 other guys doing it, you know, it's almost like maybe the filmmakers don't know exactly what they want. You know, if they did, why hire somebody?
Yeah.
It's one of the interesting things with, you know, collaborative work of that sort, where it really is like, I'm going to hire this person because I like their work and see what they bring to this.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done that where like I was the guy, but I did like 3 different versions, and it was that classic thing where like they chose the one that I'm like, oh,
that's the worst feeling on earth.
Why do we got to go that route?
You get a couple of those, and it's like done freelancing now for a while. Look at this for a pose. Very different than all the pieces we've seen so far. Different angle, and also almost like weight and stuff.
I you know, it's Orion, so it's like the most important new god. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is sketch 1 of the entire enterprise. Something tells me you draw Orion before you start hatching out Metron schematics.
I also think whenever you're doing, if it's animation work, there's almost like a couple of versions you need. You need that front piece, you need the 3/4 piece, you need that side view.
Yeah.
And it's almost like that's what you're working out some of those details here. I like the way that helmet looks. Calabac. That's just pure monkey proportions, right?
Oh yeah.
Man, those arms are long.
And he looks dumb, like in the face. You know, he looks like a big old Cro-Mag.
I mean, that's a monster. It's 100% that's a monster. This could have been some sort of universal monster if you remove maybe some of the costuming. That would be right there. That brow is about as big of a brow as you could get on a character without him tipping over. That's fun too.
I was waiting to see what this big Bardo would look like. Mignolo with the skull on the helmet, though.
I like you get some notes on the idea of the coloring behind this. I kind of imagine if this happens now, it's probably all digital sketches, and you might get some of the color just put in there.
Right.
It's so cool. I love seeing the marker strokes. You know, you can imagine, man, he must have drawn these fast.
Totally.
You know, there's something to be said for that too. If you're an artist and you're trying to work this stuff out, changing up your tempo, even if it's not for the finished pages, is just a thing that will reveal different stuff in your drawing and your style. I think there's a lot of use for that kind of thing. There's so many of those tools that you can put to use. This is a great big Bardo. Love it. Even love the little bit of the cape blowing out.
Right.
I like how the lines continue on like the chest armor, mirror the lines that come out on the cape. New Genesis. Put away that heavy black marker now.
Right.
This is our light planet. We're gonna get colors, notes on colors on these characters in a minute, and those notes are about like pastel colors, and this is definitely a different world. What a dramatic use of black and white.
Communicates it well.
Female Fury is kind of an extension of your big Barda, so you'll have some stuff like your skull insignia. Some notes on how they vary. That's pretty fun design.
Kabuki-ish.
It is. The spikes that come out of the fingers. Such simple drawings. But it's all you need if you're just communicating like an idea, you know? It's almost like, are we going to go in this direction? If so, we can do more drawings like this.
Yeah, like, you know, the general public was not meant to see this stuff.
Love that solid mask. It reminds me of the shadow in the face that we saw earlier of Darkseid.
Yeah.
Where it's like everything under the brow is just shadowed out.
And see, the way he's got the legs and stuff, that's where I start to think, like, maybe this is post-Bruce Timm. But I think it wasn't. But, like, that's such a animation stroke.
It reminded me, if this is the only thing I saw, I might have guessed Larry Stroman on design.
Sure.
Which I, compliment to everybody in that equation. This back leg, it's literally just two arcs.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's amazing.
It's wild, man. But it's perfect for animation. And you can imagine stuff like, Samurai Jack or those types of cartoons would have that kind of action. Because, like, this is a static image, but that swoopy anatomy is good for motion.
Definitely. A lot of these characters, even though they're relatively static, they look like they're walking up or walking away. Even just a little simple bend of the leg or having those legs on slightly different planes to show some perspective depth. Minor things. But when I was a kid, I would draw these characters and they would be exactly straight on. It'd be like a flat action figure that you're looking down at.
Yeah.
This little, just twist them slightly. I would look at those drawings and try to figure out, like, why does that drawing look better than mine? And it's all it would take to add a little bit of dimensionality.
Yeah, and that's a hard thing to learn because, like, you're drawing one arm smaller than the other, one leg smaller than the other, and it doesn't make sense in your mind.
I could see this kind of thing, the edge of the marker. I could see that mark becoming a stylistic tick that you would incorporate in a character.
Sure, I mean, it's in Dan Green's inking with JR, and like there's like Al Williamson will use that approach on like Bullseye with JR and a couple of those other kinds of characters that have like a black leather or whatever. Good drapery.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be, right? It's 3 lines.
Right. But they're in the exact smart place. They're not parallel. They're clearly coming from a point of tension. It's like it's a good exercise to draw the curtains at your window. Like
You're right.
When you have to draw a room or something, and it's like you could dash out curtains and it could just look like garbage. But if you actually like look at them and you see like the points of tension, how it tapers out, like that's what you're getting there. And then, these simple faces, but they are that kind of Egon Schiele kind of proportionality. And the eyes, nose, mouth, they all still feel very solid and rooted inside of a skull. You know, you can play with anatomy as much as you want and do whatever you want, but like the drawing that you make has to have solidity, has to have anatomy.
This reminds me a little bit of Aeon Flux, like some of the
Exactly.
face
That's
features.
what I mean about that, like that Schiele type vibe, and the equine, elongated faces and stuff.
Hair yellow or like fire. That's a great note. Love. He's very good at doing this, like having like some tubes or wiring coming off. Even that weird thing on top of his head, kind of cool.
Very steampunk. Is this the Hunger Dogs or something?
Yeah, I don't know. Parademon. This has to be post Hellboy, right? This stuff is so Hellboy.
Right.
I feel like it's got to be after he's been on Hellboy a little bit.
Well, if that's the case, then it is like Bruce Timm is out there doing his thing then. Because I mean, it is worth noting that Hellboy was not the crown jewel of the Legend line for some time. He just fucking stuck with it.
Yeah, he kept making great comics, and eventually, like, you just couldn't deny it. I love this dog.
Yeah,
it's such a dog that he's riding on. It's so believable. And then sometimes it's a little hunger dog. This one's really hungry. I was enjoying these Highfather sketches because of the abstraction of like the noses and the face. Look at that face. It's not even a nose. Don't even bother with a nose on that one. It's not what we're focusing on. But I mean, like, that's about as abstract as you can get. Those eyes, that nose, unbelievable.
Yeah, it's really fascinating because like choosing to put that line down the middle, like where that nose, it's actually lighting. You know, it's like that's double lighting. You know, it's shadow in the middle of the nose and shadow in the middle of that little like cleft or whatever.
One of the things to take away from this personally is the idea of the shapes. Because when you look at his legs and feet, like, they're really just blocking out shapes.
Totally. And it's wrong, but it's solid. Like, it feels like the character's really standing. You don't have to be Brian Bolland to like make great figures, believable figures. But be consistent, you know. I bet not even penciled, right?
Right. I was just thinking that. It's such a doodle. But again, you're just communicating like an idea. It's all the information that you need is represented there. This is not going to be the poster art.
It's true. And like when you get to this doodle spot, you probably did 10 others where you did some penciling, and now you're kind of in that flow state.
It's remarkable how much information is on here for what looks like a quick drawing.
Yeah.
And not very many lines. Like that furrowed eyebrow. That's 3 lines.
Yeah, man.
Looks like a craggly old wrinkled up forehead.
That's the thing that blows the animation guys' fucking minds too, man. Is like how fast comic book dudes can work.
Right.
Like I've had that exact feedback, and it's like, so you're paying me by the day, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's so true.
Because like it's like Hollywood is like 2-hour lunches laissez-faire, but like New York comics print is deadline based, man. So like we're just faster, speedier artists.
It's definitely a different model that you're used to working under from comics.
Totally.
Yeah, it's hard to tell how long this took. Like, realistically, not long.
It could be a weekend.
Yeah, it could be.
You know how many pages total did we just look through?
60, I think.
Wait, what's it say down there?
67.
Yeah. There it is, man. Mike Mignola, New Gods, sketches and character designs. Super fun. Somebody sent that to us because you would see those images floating around. Somebody finally coalesced them all into a PDF, and I'm like, fuck, man, that's an episode.
Yeah, I wonder like how much other stuff like this exists, because this is the kind of stuff that's often behind an NDA.
Right.
You know, like I don't know that Mike Mignola still owns these drawings. Like it wouldn't surprise me if, turn those into the studio, they commission them, and that's it. That's how a lot of this concept art works.
Yeah.
Like all the concept art that I was talking about doing,
I
don't own that anymore.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that went into the people that were paying me. That's what they bought from me. So I wonder, like, also how much of this stuff exists, like other people's stuff. Because I know
Totally.
a lot of favorite artists who have done a ton of this kind of work, and if more of it's out there, man, share links in those comments, people, because like I think there's a lot to learn from this.
Yeah, totally, man. Like I, in the other room, I got 3,000 pieces of art that's locked up behind an NDA with Mongo Wrestling Alliance and stuff. Man, can't show that stuff off technically. It's been 15 years or something. Probably could. They wouldn't give a fuck now, but there's technicalities to it for sure. Good to go.
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. We are a daily YouTube channel, and we have more than 1,400 videos in our catalog as we speak. That means we might have talked about your favorite comics. One way to find out, go to the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel, hit the little search field on our page, that's the magnifying glass, give your favorite comics a search. If we did not talk about your faves, by all means, let us know in the comments so that we can push those books higher on our to-read piles. We have a Patreon where the King Kayfabers can hang out with us while we record these videos. We have a private stream that we post up and share in dialogue with. And the King Kayfabers also get all the videos before anybody else. Mitigates the Kayfabe effect, which is when we talk about rare comics or books or stuff like that. They'll have the first dibs on the aftermarket for the things that we are talking about. But the videos ultimately are brought to you by the books that we make. And this holiday season is rapidly approaching, and October 18th is when the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to stores. That means that your comic shop is able to order this book, and they need to do so in order for it to show up at the shop. So go let them know to order this comic so that you can put it on your bookshelves. It has 150 pages of additional stuff beyond the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. It's the best book I ever made, and I hope that you add this to your library. I have X-Men Grand Design Trilogy coming out in November, collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design works. Some of those books are out of print as we speak, so this is your chance to get all of X-Men Grand Design in one handy-dandy soft cover. Red Room is my current comics project. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room in existence as we speak. And the third round of Red Room comics is near completion. The third issue of Crypto Killers has this backup feature with my future daily strip characters in there. So it's the first appearance of them anywhere in print, and will be considered a hot key once my daily strip starts coming out in January 2024. I am serializing that daily strip on my Patreon, though, so you could hit up my Patreon and check the strips out that way. Jimmy, tell the people what you have on the horizon.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, will be coming to your comic shop in November from Image Comics. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, and will make the complete Street Angel set. But you need to pre-order that one now. So the next time you're at your comic shop, let them know that you want a copy of Street Angel, Princess of Poverty, so that they can pre-order that one. Hulk Grand Design, my Treasury edition of the Hulk Grand Design is out now, and nearly sold out now. So if you haven't picked up a copy yet, do that soon, because there's no guarantee that this will even be reprinted, and once it disappears, it'll be gone. So pick that one up if you haven't already. I have been self-publishing. These are 2 of my latest zines. BW celebrates the black and white explosion of the 80s self-published comics, and 1986 celebrates the greatest year in comics history, from Dark Knight to Mouse, Watchmen, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle ripoffs, and a lot more. I've also self-published True Crime Funnies.
See if it's still recording.
It is.
Good.
I've also self-published True Crime Funnies, a collection of short nonfiction comics, including 2 wrestling comics. You can read these right now at patreon.com/JimRugg, and I will be offering these for sale on my website later this year, probably a pre-holiday sale. So if you want them in print, you will get an opportunity to pick those up probably in late October.
The books are our most important part of the channel, but there are some other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe Network. Let the people know, Jimmy.
You can subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
There you have it. All the different ways that you can keep this channel coming to you on a regular basis. Give them the marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
So, Danny in the chat says that it's torture not being able to see these images, and not having to wait for the video. So maybe this might be like a priority edit.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Danny, don't worry, you'll be able to see him later today. Coming soon.
Going to do a Wizard episode. Issue number 59. She on the cover. Plug it in?
Yeah.
It looks so dark, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know what to do about that.
We should coordinate covers, because right now, while I have that box of like 6 of each copy,
Right.
I could have brought the Superman cover.
Yeah, you totally should have. So I guess I just let you know which ones I have then.
Yeah.
That's what you mean.
You ever read Leave It to Chance?
No, because
I
that
have
is
an issue or two of it.
because that is not Paul Smith's fastball by any stretch.
I wonder if he's drawing for the digital color. It's very pared down.
Can you lock me in, Jimmy? It looks good on the cam. I'm ready when you are. Welcome to your favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Going to be taking a look at Wizard Magazine number 59 for July 1996, but you guys need to know that the channel is... The Cartoonist Kayfabe channel comes out on a daily basis. We have more than 1,400 videos that are live right now, so that's pretty a robust catalog. Go to our front page on the Cartoonist Kayfabe page, hit the little magnifying glass, search for your favorite comics. We might have episodes about them. Check them out. If we didn't cover your faves, please let us know in the comments below. We'll move those books higher up on our to-read pile. And we have a Patreon for the King Kayfabers to support the channel. You support us at the King Kayfabe level, you get in all the videos before anybody else. Mitigates the kayfabe effect. Very often we talk about some rare comics that the King Kayfabers snap up for cheap online or at their comic shops before the general population gets to see the videos. Now, without further ado, taking a look at Wizard Magazine number 59 with a Billy Tucci She cover. Could this be one of the first covers that has like a purely kind of independent, you know, grassroots character drawn on it?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. It's a good question. It's possible. I'm trying to think because there have been Marvel, DC, Image, Dark Horse covers.
And then Bongo Comics would be one, but that's fucking Fox. You know, that's Simpsons. This might be it.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Which would
could be.
Speak very highly of the popularity of She at this point.
I do think this is part of that group, the Joe Quesadas, the Brian Pulidos, of these guys who I think they connected with Wizard and they connected with whatever press outlets, but they fit with Wizard.
Yeah.
And I think that they really turned Wizard, you know, as much as possible into a marketing promo outlet. And it worked both ways. You know, I think they gave Wizard good content to use, and in return, Wizard gave them some spotlight.
It's one of those things, man. Like, they're putting out a magazine every month, and they need something to write about. So when Brian Pulido, you know, fabricates a Evil Ernie costume and you know, shoots a bunch of photos, might get an article.
I also think if you're Wizard, you're trying to figure out, like, how do we sell stuff? You know, like, everybody is really struggling at this point to make sales, to make connections, to find that hot thing that will translate into a few extra copies sold. So maybe you get a little more creative freedom and, like, let's try it.
Off the jump with She, you know, that what do you call it, that Anti-Gravity Room TV show, he talks about selling north of 1 million copies of She comics.
Yeah, I think it was a hit by any standards, and especially at this time in comics.
We're building toward Onslaught with this ad.
Gotta tell you, I like some of this art. Like, those Sentinels, I think, look cool, and they're just completely painted, and if you look close, very simple paintings.
Right. Yeah, it's all shapes, man. Homage Comics exists and is still at DC Comics, and it's got some heavy hitters.
Still at Image. Still at Image.
At Image Comics is what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great ad. I mean, that's a strong bunch of comics, I think.
This is like the first kind of movement towards Image Comics making good comics.
It kind of is.
You have an ad for Kurt Busiek's Astro City. Interesting that he gets the top bill in there, man. Like Brent Anderson, he's just a cipher.
That's interesting. I wonder if he has any stake in that property, because
not in the indicia at the bottom down there.
He drew a lot of those things.
Strangers in Paradise, Terry Moore, self-published quite a bit, but you get a little extra help.
Yeah, this is that time when you're looking for shelter from the collapsing distribution.
And Leave It to Chance, Paul Smith, popping into comics once again.
Yeah, and James Robinson had just done that Golden Age DC series, so a creative team that apparently liked working together, and let's do it and own it this time.
In the letters, we got stuff from people like Guy Davis. I think we got numerous letters from creatives.
There are a few creatives in here, and they also, Joe Quesada's in there, Joe Duffy. They also make mention of a huge amount of mail has come in on the Heroes Reborn stuff.
Yeah, and somewhere within the past couple of issues, it is now called Heroes Reborn. It had some other name, Unfinished Business. It was called for several issues, but now it's solidified to be Heroes Reborn. The Joe Quesada thing is so fanboy. It totally reminds me of just like the most goofy of comments that we get, where you do something about something like top 10, top 5 this, and and people will be like, I'm surprised you didn't mention this, and what they're really saying is, I know something you don't, or what is your fucking problem? And that's exactly what Quesada's doing here, man. What about Michael Golden? What about Humberto Ramos? And really what he's saying is like, why don't you put me in that article too?
Yeah, this is the American manga article from a couple of issues ago. Adam Warren also, the third guy he mentions it. Why didn't you mention him? And they say that Golden is like recluse. Hard to get any information, interview from him. But they do spotlight Spartan X, the Jackie Chan series that he did, from Topps Comics, but then ends up being at Image Comics. I think one issue or something comes out of Topps. And Ramos and Adam Warren, oversights. Yeah, and that makes sense. Like, you're covering this kind of stuff. Like, there's probably another half dozen names we could figure out too.
Adam Warren should be number one, but I get it. Joe Duffy's piece is very interesting too, man. Especially in the sort of divisive world we live in right now, where you got the polls, man. You got people, affirmative action type talk and all that kind of stuff, and she is coming through as kind of like devil's advocate for people. A lot of people in the letters column were talking about how like it's so hard for women to make it in the comics, blah blah blah, and she's like, listen, we're invisible here. You put in the work. It has to go to an editor. If it's good, you're going to get some work, and if you are good and you don't get the job, like there are 3 things that are going to prevent you from getting the job. The quality of your work is not up to snuff. The style of your work isn't right for the assignment, or the editor or publisher's a dickhead, a jerk.
Yeah, and she says, like, it's just hard to make a living in comics, whatever, regardless of your gender, race, height, whatever it is, it's hard to do this.
Right. Did you ever think you were going to get Technophage versus Xerxes?
I'm never going to get it, Ed.
Marvel unveils World Without Heroes. So they have to try to figure out how to stir the pot somehow, and they have to, it's such a, here, I'm going to start that part over. Marvel unveils World Without Heroes. So in this continuity-based mainstream comic system that everybody still wants to live within, you got to make some excuse for why all the Rob Liefeld and Jim Lee comics are going to happen in a different universe, in their own space. So they're going to build this particular story. It's kind of a whole bunch of hokum.
This is a storyline I went through a little bit in the Hulk Grand Design stuff, and it is very hard to understand it.
One more very hard to understand storyline is the Clone Saga. And Marvel is doing everything they can to write themselves out of that paper bag by ending that Clone Saga and getting things back to the status quo.
Yeah, this is the editor says, readers who have left the books because of the clone material, we've heard you. 2 years. 2 years this story went on, and I don't know that anybody said it was good at any point.
No, not at all. And what is funny, though, man, with that passage of time, past 5 years, I've been seeing a lot of spider clones costumes and stuff at the shows and stuff
clone
like that.
Nostalgia.
Yeah, totally.
She meets Daredevil in Winter crossover. I mentioned that because we've got extreme crossovers now, Wildstorm crossovers. Coming off the Marvel DC crossovers that were a big hit, it is just crossovers with anybody that wants to sign up.
Just another noteworthy piece too, man. That's Billy Tucci. I love this like cottage industry thing. Some guy who had no stroke with Marvel DC before then, just created his own thing, and is making these moves. He just created card games with Jim Lee. This is a real mover shaker type fella.
Yeah, it really is. Compared to some of this stuff where it's like a studio or a publisher or whatever, it really seems to be one dude that's like burning the midnight oil and really trying to promo.
Get some Rob Liefeld ads in there, man. We're seeing some of like this is like we're getting to the tail end, man. I never even heard of Battlestar Galactica until Rob got the license. I didn't know anything about that show. It was well off and never in repeats.
It felt pretty square to me at this time. It felt like, who cares?
Right. It's just his own fanboy interests.
But I watched most of that remake and kind of liked it, and I could see that it's as good as any other.
The remake comes way after this.
Yeah, definitely not connected to the remake at all at this stage. But I'm saying like when I enter Battlestar Galactica knowledge is remake stage, and I kind of like the story as a fun story.
Well, people
it's
said
not that fun. It's like the Earth is wiped,
Right.
Humans are wiped out, and these are like a couple of ships that survive. But compelling enough for me to watch 3/4 of it.
Yeah, people really stood by that. Hepcats goes monthly with new publisher, and it's interesting on the heels of our last episode of Wizard coverage because he was planning to do like graphic novels once a year, and when Martin Wagner finally crunched those numbers, he's like that is just not going to happen. I think this poor kid is a piece of attrition from this era of comics with the distribution going bust and things like that. Like he's doing everything he can to make it work. The book is going to be going to Antarctic Press. Those are the versions I have that were reprinted by Ben Dunn or Joe Dunn, I guess, right here. And I don't know that he picked up the ball after all that stuff came out. I think he pretty much was disheartened and finished.
Yeah, I think it's again noteworthy that it's Antarctic and that's one of those publishers that has been around now since like the mid to late 80s. Like it's such a short list, but it's remarkable that anybody survives the ups and downs that comics have been, especially like an indie company that isn't just one person.
Totally, and like they would have a line, and they would publish interesting people. There are Antarctic. I think it's Antarctic. The 2 issues of Schizo, Ivan Brunetti, before Fantagraphics picks it up.
Yeah, they did a lot of stuff that wasn't just American manga. That you think of Ben Dunn.
Box Office Poison.
Yep, that's one. Brandon Graham, I think his first stuff was there.
Yeah.
Oh shit, I'm not gonna think of the artist's name. But there are a lot of like what I think of as alternative cartoonists who did early work there at the Antarctic.
Totally.
It didn't get burnt bad enough that they left comics,
right.
Which is, can't happen. That Buzzbox stuff has some stuff in it. Spider-Man Gen 13 team up with Joe Mad possibly handling the project. I don't think that ever comes to pass, but I would like to look at that book.
Yeah, he does a couple good Spider-Mans.
Joe Mad doing Gen 13 would have been amazing.
Yeah.
Like I'm way ahead, and I don't know we focus on it, but in the hot artist stuff, it's like J. Scott Campbell and Joe Mad really popped to me in that top 10 hot artists this issue.
Yeah.
Because like they're young and their styles do have some different influences, especially Joe Mad, and it'd be cool to see him do a Gen 13, which to me was like a young new team.
Right. This is so crazy to me. This is that jobber thing, right? Like Ron Garney gets ousted from Captain America duties, and then they just largesse give him some Silver Surfer to work on. He's got George Perez doing the writing chops on that, so it might be kind of interesting. But man, explain that you're a cog in a wheel without saying you're a cog in the wheel.
It's so true. Like like in my mind, I think like, man, they fire you because they got some other hot shot coming on. You just want to leave. You want to burn the place down. But then also, like, what are your options in 1996 as a comic book guy who needs a paycheck? Like, it sucks. It's one of those parts of the industry that's like, try not to be in that position because, man, are you at the mercy of,
I mean, you're a jobber.
Crunchers.
Yeah, totally. Like, your next job dictates your success. 20 years of Fantagraphics.
That's kind of cool.
Is in the mix here, and I actually get couple of quotes from Uncle Gary. They mentioned the titles that sort of make them prominent: Love and Rockets, Usagi Yojimbo, Hate and 8-Ball.
That's a nice list of titles.
I'm telling you, like, when you see those names mentioned time and time again, just in little blurbs throughout this magazine, you have to investigate them. And it was like a big deal for me as a kid, like just seeing those names mentioned over and over and over again. I have to go check those comics out.
I love the Groth quote. The kind of comics we publish, which are more ambitious and literate than your average mainstream comics, still have not achieved the broad readership that we would like to see. The number of readers is minuscule in a country of 260 million people. I love that attitude.
Yeah, totally.
Like there are more readers out there, and you know, we want them.
Yeah, yeah, and you know, we still want them. We
Yeah.
still want more.
For sure, for sure. There should be no limit to the readership that comics can appeal to, and you see it in international comics
Absolutely.
audiences. That Essential Sandman's kind of cool. I was thinking that was much later that DC was doing Essential Sandman, Essential Swamp Thing. Kind of loved that they did this.
Totally. In the comic company updates, I don't know if I passed up some of those parts earlier on, but there is the Planet Comics case.
Yep.
Is going on, and did it happen already in the news?
I don't remember seeing anything else about that case.
Okay, so this case, Planet Comics, I think it's Alabama. I did some reading up on it, and I mean it's pretty deep. Like child pornography is mentioned as some of the accusations, and what kind of fucking scarlet letter does that do to a store in a community? 4 felony, 6 misdemeanor charges against the Oklahoma retailers Mike Kennedy, John Hunter, reduced to 6 misdemeanor counts, including the dropping of the child possession charge. However, the state filed an appeal that might reinstate those charges. So one, those fucking prosecutors are fucking pieces of shit. Like, why do you gotta be happy with what you got? Why do you gotta bury these people?
It is such a corporate strategy of like, oh, let's file the appeal. Like eventually we're going to drive this very small business under because they won, but did they win? Because
Right.
now they're still paying their lawyer for another round.
They got kicked out. I did some reading on this just out of curiosity. They got kicked out of like the Primo location
Yep.
from the landlord, and they had to move like across town to something that was less advantageous. It was Verotic number 4, which might be that like cherry pie, like what's that one comic, Taste of Cherry
Yeah.
comic that you know we did you did a shoot interview with Hart D. Fisher talking about some of that stuff, his work with Danzig and whatever. So that's the comic that really started it off. And then when the Vice Police come in and they go through the materials, then they start like ramping up these charges. The CBLDF kind of got upset by these store owners because of this like constant back and forth stuff. If the CBLDF is going to help you out, it's with the express purpose of taking things to court, not pleading out, which these guys did. They pled guilty for meager charges, and it sort of didn't help the precedent. So the CBLDF was pretty upset that these guys went that way. But I can easily jump in and project and jump into the minds of the guys who have all these charges and just say, I want it to be over.
Right.
So if I say I'm guilty and I get a slap on the wrist and could just go back to business as usual, maybe give you guys $200, like I could like live my life and not think about it, have no albatross over my head.
And by the way, big companies, that's a policy too. You know, we used to hear about the WCW Turner policies when somebody would come against WCW. Up to a certain amount, it was like, just settle.
Right.
Nobody wants to go to court.
Right.
You know?
And
It's tough.
and here's in the news bites is the Planet Comics updates with all the other charges, but like trying to reinstate like child pornography stuff when like you know it's not in there and it's already gets cast down. That prosecutor, man, is such a fucking scumbag.
Yeah, there's a lot. I don't know about this case in particular, but there is stuff where like those public, you know, the DAs and stuff, it's political.
Yeah.
You know, it's promo really.
It is.
It's
Yeah, they get
expensive
their
some small business.
They get their names in the newspapers a bunch, and certainly like something like that. Who's ever going to defend against that shit? That's all that people will see. So, hey man, you're trying to help out the children. That's awesome.
Yeah, it sounds good. You're also using taxpayer money for all of this nonsense. Do you really
Right.
think that comic book store is doing this, and you're spending who knows what hundreds of thousands of dollars on this, on going through appeal system,
Getting a new wing put on your mansion. Caught in the Nexus. After 15 years of Nexus, Steve Root and Mike Barron unveil an aggressive publishing schedule and a new nemesis. So the whole idea is that they want to just put out more Nexus material on a more frequent basis, doing like one book a year. That's not helping their bottom line. I don't know that Nexus has always been cool with the Steve Rude contribution, you know, but like I don't know that it's ever had a hit.
right?
Even like with every publisher.
One of those series that's almost punished for the consistency of it, right? I think they did 89 issues at first or something like
Yeah.
that, and it's hard to sell issue 87 to a new person.
Yeah.
So like these guys that are really doing something, they're kind of penalized for really doing it. You know, putting out 90 issues with your indie publisher, but like you're not getting rewarded for that hard work. So that's part of this idea. Like they're going to Dark Horse and they're doing 4-issue miniseries. Hopefully, it's inviting to new, new readers. Like pick up issue 1 of Executioner Song. And I did, by the way. I was a guy who got on Nexus at this point. You know, I had some back issues that I'd picked up here or there, but this is when I start buying Nexus whenever they're coming out in these, in these miniseries. And it's a really, really well done comic.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a fan of Baron's writing. Like, doing the whimsical stuff is less interesting to me than, like, his Punisher comics, because he seems so perfect for that kind of thing. That seems more natural to him. But it's the Steve Rude contribution that I'm into. You know, I've got all the first Steve Rude comics. The one real interesting piece about this article is that it's Mike Richardson, like, bought the rights to Nexus from First Comics, and we know that stuff like Grim Jack was caught in like weird legal disputes for a long time before that got ironed out, and he gave the rights.
I'd like to know more about that. Gave the rights back to Rude and Baron.
That's fascinating.
I'm so curious about that.
Yeah.
Were there any strings attached? You know, like
let us publish it.
I wonder. But,
let us publish your Nexus comics.
If not, that's just an amazing act by Richardson.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, hey, man, I'll get you these rights back if we could publish your comics. That seems like a fair bargain.
And, you know, if you're unfamiliar with Rude and Nexus, like, we've got a couple videos looking at Rude's sketchbooks, but also looking at, like, an artist edition style of Steve Rude's Nexus work. So check those out if you're not familiar with that, because maybe as good of a figure artist as I know of in comics.
We're getting some She offshoot books, and one of them is going to be a manga-styled joint. It says that it's published in Japan and United States, but it says that, like, the one thing that's different about the Japanese is that it has Japanese stuff on the cover. So I don't even know that it's translated.
Yeah, I don't know about that, and I don't know what makes this manga style. I guess those eyes are kind of big, but
right.
You know, I think a manga is like almost a storytelling.
Yeah.
Style approach, and I don't know that that's what you're getting here.
Yeah, no. Killing Machine, we're just going to go through this real fast. It's just the idea that Onslaught is coming. They do play up the idea that you got to figure out who Onslaught's identity is, and that's going to be a big part of the story. Yeah, and it also it ends up tying into the Heroes Reborn, in that, like, part of the Onslaught fight launches the Heroes Reborn to a different universe or whatever. One of those veiled attempts at Rising Tide Raises All Ships. Yeah, this is what I think Wizard goes into, this kind of stuff that, man, I'm just, no thanks. Yeah, real stupid. Don't care. Dawn of a New Era. Joe Linsner's Dawn comic has evolved from Vanna White type hostess to a goddess of birth and rebirth. So it's now going to be published by Sirius. It's going to be a color book, and I think that Dawn was put down for some years. After A Cry for Dawn, Joe Monks was the original writer. Some philosophical differences on the storytelling approach between Linsner and Joe Monks, and he got his hands back on the character. Going to do some new things with it over at Sirius. Never really picked this stuff up. Never checked it out, but it definitely has its following. Yeah, I'm happy to look at, like, I've got a couple issues I've picked up over the years. The art's pretty extraordinary for what was going on in art at that time. You know, what you see there is basically what the interiors look like. And that's a lot of labor, and I think it's markers, maybe blended markers. Yeah. But it's in their top 10 list too, so, like, I'd be down for checking out an issue of that. It's part of this whole, like, mid-90s, self-published or creator-owned kind of books, and it's something, man. Like, that guy was putting some effort into the art. Totally. We'll go through this pretty quick too, man. The Men of Steel. So the Batman animated series came out probably like 2-3 years prior to this. Has been a big freaking hit. I think there was an episode or two where Superman shows up as some kind of world's finest type thing. So it seems very logical to build a Superman cartoon. This article is kind of fascinating because basically 100% of the creatives involved are talking about how much less cool Superman is compared to Batman, and how much more heavy lifting they have to do to try to make this piece of shit work, because the Boy Scout stuff is played out. In fact, we don't want to hear that term. Like, if you're coming to our writer's room, you gotta divorce yourself from that idea. There are no rogues gallery. There's like 3 characters to use, and the rest are like like portly fat old dudes like the toy maker and the prankster.
Yeah, it's real interesting listening to them like boil down this character of what works and doesn't, and then like playing up the parts that work that aren't necessarily what's in the comic.
And almost zero of it works from what they say. Like they basically are talking about how they're earning their pay trying to make this fucking Superman thing work. And you know, it comes out, but it didn't do what Batman did, of course. Grant Morrison, Mark Miller on Aztec.
Yeah, how about that for a creative powerhouse?
And it was it's so funny too, Ben, because I remember thinking like, Mark Miller, who is that? This is Grant Morrison. He's just spreading himself thin with this Mark Millar guy.
It's hard to be excited when you look at this. It feels so generic.
Totally.
This is one that I honestly will keep an eye peeled for when I'm in dollar bins, and I would pick this up and see what it's like, because that's pretty strong minds.
I'm
Morrison and Miller there.
I'm rereading a bunch of stuff, man. Like, well, I'm reading a bunch of Morrison that I haven't read before. So I got the JLA like ready to go, and you know, like Aztec is way down on the list. Like I'll read Invisibles before I read Aztec, but
good luck with that.
Oh, I know.
I've tried Invisibles a couple times, and I find it a little bit of a tougher read. And maybe Aztec's the same way. I don't know. But the JLA
that
stuff,
looks like tongue-in-cheek
We're
superhero comics.
gonna get to that JLA piece here pretty soon, and that was a cool, interesting book in terms of being a Morrison fan at the time, where it was like, what is this?
Right.
Superheroes?
Yeah.
Mainstream superheroes?
Totally.
That doesn't seem like Morrison.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. First look bonus, The Darkness. Garth Ennis is going to be the writer of The Darkness. We finally got some imagery of what The Darkness looks like. And Silvestri seems cautiously optimistic. You know, with Garth Ennis, we know we're getting some over-the-top stuff. And if he goes a little too over-the-top, I guess we'll have to have a phone call.
I bought this. I was in college. I remember buying it at that local shop, you know, Patty's Paperbacks. So excited that, you know, I had a cool comic book shop I could walk to. And this was a book I do remember buying it when it came out. You know, Silvestri fan. This was getting a little bit of noise. This is after Witchblade had made some noise. So it was like, this is really, to me, Silvestri is figuring out Top Cow as like, I'm not a Wildstorm knockoff. This is my own stuff. And that's what you do, is bring in someone like a Garth Ennis.
Yeah.
You know, bring somebody in that has some good chops, and let's try something. And some shades of Faust in Darkness. You can see these demonic characters that come out with him. This is a book I would look at, you know, on here. I'd be curious to revisit it, because like I read it when it came out. It didn't make a big mark on me, but who knows how I view it now. You know, it's very different in '96, my reading, than versus now. So
look at this shit right here. The perspective one. You need two chimneys right next to each other, and they're off perspective. It's a character that looks like it's built for the computer coloring, with all that lighting. And
you know, you say that, but here's what disturbs me. I get mad at stuff being all brown. I also get mad if it's all blue.
Yeah, it's real dumb.
Give me some depth.
Right, it's so stupid. All right, here we go with the Grant Morrison JLA article piece with Howard Porter coming on for the art duties, and it's Morrison like laying things down. You know, like we're bringing back all the OG characters and
heavy hitters,
and just trying to figure out like what is the dynamic with all of these guys. Like, where do they fit into the space? And you know, when you have a Superman, is a Batman necessary? Well, he's got a very strong mind. You know, like the mind. He's almost like, what did they call him? Like a consultant.
Yeah, consultant. These are the pantheon of gods in the DC universe. Kind of like the sound of it. You know, that's something that I think separates DC from Marvel. And you should have a book. If you're DC, you should have a book of these characters.
You could find maybe like 3-4 hours worth of Grant Morrison talking comics with Kevin Smith, and one of the big takeaways with Morrison that kind of like feels like it divorces itself from the Alan Moore school, because like, you know, there's so much like he's an Alan Moore hack kind of thing, is that where Alan Moore was interested in kind of playing up this kind of potential real world like nuance to the character, Morrison is very interested in accepting the comic book hyperbole of like what these characters are and stuff. So like that's a added piece of the angle that he's bringing to the mixture. So like, rather than putting thought into how Arkham Asylum like, you know, really works or whatever in Killing Joke or something, like he's gonna take it to a place of comic book hyperbole.
Reading this description of what's going on with these characters in this book, it made me think of like what we're going to see in a couple of years with stuff like what was the Wildstorm book, not Planetary, but Authority, you know, like that idea of superpowered beings that are above humans.
Right.
You know, you could probably draw a line back to Miracle Man with
Totally.
that concept.
Yeah, after the big fight, when it becomes that fascist nation where everybody's just scared to death, like, oh man, we don't want...
But I do remember this. I think this run connected. I think I remember it being popular and stuff.
He wrote it for a long time. Like I have them all loaded up, and I do look forward to reading those. I'm reading his Batman right now. Almost done with his Batman, actually. And Howard Porter is talking about like pinching himself, like I'm in the big leagues now. I don't know what Porter did. I guess he did the Ray. And maybe like one or two other.
Yeah, they list something DC Underworld or
yeah,
what it's called. But
there's another I think like Sequart or one of these other channels websites. They put out a Grant Morrison documentary. It's like a 2-hour piece, and there's a snippet in there where it talks to all the artists that Morrison, you know, Tony Daniel, J.H. Williams, Howard Porter, and they all during their interviews said the same piece about like getting the Morrison script and going, what the F, man? Like what am I supposed to... So, like, there's, like, this, like, sequence where you just see them all saying, I have no idea how to draw this.
Those scripts, you know, like, you can find some Morrison scripts. It might be worth looking at one of those on, you know, for an episode. It might be kind of fun to dive into that. I enjoy that stuff because it's a bit of process that we don't always see.
Totally. One thing that didn't connect with me is Legion of Superheroes. So we have a whole big deal about the Legion here. I just glance over this. If you have something to add, be my guest.
So I try to go into these Wizard episodes as like, I'm going to read it.
Sure.
I got a headache reading this.
Yeah,
it's a recap of stuff, and it does not make me want to read those issues.
Totally. Saint Killer is being promoted. One of the interesting things that they did with the Preacher run is that every year, rather than have an annual, they would have some sort of special. So there was Arseface special. Saint Killer's got a mini-series. There's the one with Jodie and TC where it's like a Miami Vice type narco crime story. That's a fun one that we got to look at because it has Carlos Esquerza does the artwork and it's a wild comic.
Is it a one-shot?
It's a one-shot.
I don't know if I've read that one. Like, I don't think I've read the Saint of Killers miniseries, and I like Steve Pugh art.
This miniseries, I'm telling you, Mel, like at this age, where I gave so much trust and just all of myself to the writers and the creators, and I had no like critical thought in mind. I was just like, yeah, well, you're adults, like you know what is up. Man, I bought into this. I felt for this. You feel for this character in such a massive way, and I would like to check it out again because I wonder if it still holds up at that level. Because I was very, very empathetic.
This is the biggest handgun I've ever seen, and I just had lunch with an uncle recently. Was telling me about a 557 Magnum.
Jesus.
I've never heard of such a thing. Like a 50 caliber is the biggest handgun I ever heard of. I feel like that might be the 557 Magnum.
Isn't it a sawed-off shotgun?
No, it's a revolver, but it's absurdly sized.
Well, Glenn Fabry's from the UK, man. He doesn't get much gun reference.
But I am kind of curious to check that out. Like I say, I like Stephen Pugh, and I don't know if I read those in collections or what. It seems like I thought I'd read all the Preacher stuff and the Preacher related stuff, but I may have missed some of those specials.
Yeah, there's an Air Star one as well, and a Cassidy vampire joint.
You know what? Maybe I haven't read any of the specials. You know, those might have existed outside of the regular collections, and something to look forward to maybe. Frank
Miller is the subject of the Wizard Q&A. Strong-willed, provocatively opinionated. Frank Miller sees things in black and white, and they are just, they're lobbing some queries at him. I love the quote at the tippity top here. I don't regard Marvel as a creative force anymore, so my Marvel bashing days are over because there's nothing there to bash. I love it.
Yeah, that's it's such a weird stance. Marvel died in '96, according to him, in loving memory.
Yeah, sure. Why not, man? It's so fascinating. Like, Wizard did something to Frank Miller.
I was gonna say that too.
And like Rob Liefeld and Jim Lee, where they all turned heel on the magazine. And I think this could be a good example of like where Rob can turn in a way, because like they get so much shine. I bring up these three guys because they got so much shine from the magazine, and then in a year or two, at Pittsburgh,
Right.
the Harvey Awards, Frank Miller's going to be doing his famous speech where he's ripping up Wizard magazines and saying if it wasn't so insufferably slick, he'd wipe his asshole with it. But where the Rob stuff comes into play, I think, is could happen maybe right here, man, because we already saw some Rob ads. We have more Rob ads for his Marvel business. You know, the other stuff was his Maximum Press business, but it's facing this part where they ask Frank Miller about Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld and how disappointed Frank Miller is in these guys going back. And you know what? Like, he did build a lot of equity in comics. Frank Miller did. He is a trusted source when it comes to just getting, you know, the popular opinions of the day. And he was in their corner. We've done nearly 60 episodes of this series where we look at Wizards, and he was really promoting those guys. But he's also putting a lot of his own, you know, mentality on them in terms of expectations. So, you know, he's really wishing that they would have just, you know, stuck with their stuff. But
Calls them factory comics.
yeah, the fact that they've just became bosses of their own kind of Marvel Comics type enterprise, it is whack. It is corny. It has ended up being short-sighted when you look at the fact that, like, we're not really building any new comics readers. So, like, a lot of those guys they have legacy fans. You know, when you see their lines and stuff, it ain't kids. It's dudes who were, you know, our age in the 90s buying that stuff. But Frank Miller has, you know, his work has endured, and new people show up all the time for his works.
I think this is pretty interesting. It says, you don't see any good coming from the Marvel deal. And he says, I fear for those guys climbing onto the deck of the Titanic isn't exactly the way to save yourself. 6 months from now, we're going to see the Wizard about Marvel declaring bankruptcy. So, you know, pretty insightful in a lot of ways on Miller's part, predicting, you know, where things are right now.
Totally.
You know, that death of Marvel, he cites John Romita Sr. leaving is
right.
the piece that he says is the reason for that. He also says, you know, like, when Stan Lee and Jack Kirby, when things were down and they needed a new direction, Stan Lee and Jack Kirby didn't say, let's find a way to perform CPR on old characters one more time. They made up new ones. And he talks about Stan Lee and the idea that, like, everybody wants to pick a side and then destroy the other guy, and there's much more nuance to it. And that's how I feel about this too. Mm-hmm. You know, I think Stan Lee definitely took some credit for stuff that he didn't deserve credit for, but I don't go throw Stan Lee out, he's garbage or worthless, or, you know, this is black and white and he's one color or the other. It just isn't that way, but everybody wants anything one says to be that way. Mm-hmm. And so I like that he gets into this a little bit and kind of talks about the nuance of, like, that's just not it. Stan Lee did a lot.
Sure. And they're goading him, you know, like, they're trying to get him to talk that smack, and he actually cuts them off. And It's just like, I'm not that guy who's in that camp. You're like, you've got me mistaken a little bit. It is interesting to think that notion that, like, if Atlas is going away, like, we need to rejuvenate. Like, what if they did do what Marvel practices have turned out to be, and, like, we got to bring back the Destroyer and a Wizard and characters like this? It's really funny.
Talks about people, you know, speaking more openly now, something that didn't used to happen in comics, and he thinks that's probably a good thing. Praises DC Comics, by the way, at this stage.
Yeah, it ain't going to be too long until...
They seem to have an increasingly progressive editorial attitude.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the belle of the ball. Like he's kind of stuck with them, you know, since that second round of Dark Knight. And then it just gets into a bunch of the legend speak. But the one fun piece is when they just kind of, like, name check the various...
I always like that.
Legend creators. And then he gets into, you know, what makes them tick, what makes them cool.
I love this a lot. Not just Miller doing it, but anybody. Like, it's one of those things whenever we talk to creators, I like to hear them describe different creators they like, or because it's a different insight. What do you see whenever you look at Mobius?
Yeah.
Or, what do you see when you look at Dan Clowes?
And we've done some good pointed ones, man, like with John Romita Jr. calling out the names of his inkers
Yes.
and hearing, like, his thoughts on
I
each
really
of them.
like that stuff. And, some of the stuff that he calls out as being great creator-owned books or great books right now. Bone, of course, from Jeff Smith, really good. Steve Bissett's Tyrant, a book that we've looked at on here. We've looked at Bone, too. But I do like seeing, like, there were some great books that came out in the 90s.
Oh, yeah. There are less imitators when it comes to Sin City now, and he makes the express declaration that Stray Bullets by Dave Lapham
Yes.
is not
Right.
a Sin City clone by any stretch. He's doing way different things. His work needs to be celebrated. If anything, if he's getting any influence, it's just a mere fact that Sin City helped make crime comics a viable genre again. But go support Dave Lapham's Stray Bullets. That's a pretty cool thing.
Yeah, I like that.
Got Jimmy Palmiotti doing some more ink demonstration stuff. And,
It's pretty straightforward. I don't disagree with anything that he writes in here. The only part that I'm not happy about is, I was thinking, you know what? It might have solved that. I thought it was how to ink a comic book page, and then I was like, we don't see the whole page. But you know what? It's not. It's just how to ink a comic book.
Right.
But yeah, I don't disagree with anything. The one thing I might disagree with is editorial, where it has Jimmy's tools of the trade, same tools as last
exactly.
issue.
They just copy pasted
Maybe give
that
me
shit.
another panel, something like that. But
Yeah.
it's all pretty straightforward. Contrast, texture, things like that makes sense to me.
And then the different little tricks, man. The zipatone tricks, duotone, using the razor to get some shit off of there. Dry brush. So he's getting a deep white zipatone.
Yep.
So a little bit more in depth than our last round, for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's Jimmy Palmiotti making the argument that the inkers are not tracers, basically.
Which is kind of ironic in that this is a time period whenever inkers really were being pushed that way, with pencilers doing super tight pencils.
Got a fascinating Palmer's picks here, Jimmy.
Yes, we do.
We've gotten this Tom Palmer Jr.'s oasis in the middle of the shit fucking desert that is Wizard Magazine. And we've gotten very, very small mentions of Brian Michael Bendis' work through the Caliber Press, like news bites early on, but never anything very, very big. We finally have a Palmer's Picks that focuses on this indie darling, Brian Michael Bendis, who lock, stock, and barrel does his comics. He draws the shits and he writes the stuff. But what's fascinating to me about this article, certainly as a time capsule piece, is almost all the conversations about the writing part in so many ways, and how conversational he's trying to get his dialogue. You could tell that this guy is steeped in the writing part. And with all the stuff he's talking about, the construction of the artwork and posing people and having actors and all that stuff, drawing does not come easy to this guy, and the work looks like it. It looks very constipated, very forced, clearly traced from photographs and stuff, and does not look like a joy to like draw. But it's the writing and it's the construction where this guy excels. And like all of like the most prominent comic writers before him, he makes that decision. Alan Moore made comics, lock, stock, and barrel. Grant Morrison can draw, but they made that decision to pivot to the thing that might pay the most dividends, and it certainly did in his case.
So I like Bendis. Like personally, he would come to Pittsburgh. Like at the time of
At
this
this time,
article,
yes,
he's in
absolutely.
Cleveland, so he'd always be at the Pittsburgh show. I got some of these crime comics early on and enjoyed reading them. And I really like the interview stuff that's in here. Like when he talks about using photo reference and the way he uses it, I think it's really interesting. He tried to take photo reference a step further to make it a step of the creative process, where he's giving his actors, like, this is the script. So if you want to put some of that in there, if that helps you for these poses or whatever. And I really like that. Like, it's not like he's trying to hide that or anything. He's leaning into that part. I thought these were good comics. It kind of bums me out. I got rid of these in my purge because I'd like to look at some of them. I'd like to reread some of them now. This is a great article. I really enjoyed reading this and revisiting this just because he was one of those early creators. The fact that he seemed to struggle with the visual part, but find ways to do it.
Yes.
Because like reading those comics, it didn't bother me that they looked exactly like you said, that they were heavily photo referenced. It didn't bother me because I enjoyed the whole reading, like the overall, the sum is greater than the parts.
Yeah.
Would be my recollection of these comics, and I'd be curious to go back and check those out again. But also, he's coming at this stuff with he's doing crime comics when it was hard to sell, but it was what he was into. There was a lot I admired about Bendis in this time period, and I looked forward to seeing him at Pittsburgh every year for a couple years there.
Totally. And even around this period, he's getting like Hollywood offers and stuff, and they're talking about the impending movie. He would often do a panel at the Pittsburgh Comic-Con about interactions with Hollywood, and I think he writes a bigger book.
He does a comic with pretty fun cartooning in, where it's a little bit like very cartoonish compared to like this kind of heavy noir style. About that experience.
Totally. So like he would basically be like woodshedding those ideas. It would be a panel that would be pretty populous, like
sure.
at the Pittsburgh Comic-Con before he was really had the name.
He was a very good salesman. I can remember stories about him like going to the bookstores, local bookstores in Cleveland, and selling his stuff, like hand selling a copy, 2 copies and stuff to put on the shelves. But also like he did that with people. You know what I mean? Like there was a reason he stood out to me. I probably talked to, 50 different creators at Pittsburgh. I don't remember most of them, but I remember him. He was a good salesman in that way, a good, I don't know, just a kind of a people person, seemed to be interested in people. And I think that's continued. I think he's taught comics. I think he's written a lot about it. He used to have a message board in the early days of the internet for me where I'd meet other, aspiring creators and some working pros. I liked this column a lot. It was fun to me. But one thing that popped out to me in the whole column, you can get down to here, there's no mention of the publisher Caliber. And I've said this before, I think there's a beef between Wizard and Caliber. When it comes to actually buying the books, that you have to reference where to get them, and so Caliber shows up there. But I wonder, like, Tom Palmer Jr., man, was Caliber removed from the text of this? Like,
maybe we'll see him this weekend.
Yeah, I'd be very curious about that piece. The other thing that I take out of this is Caliber has a catalog, that lists all their stuff. All of these companies had catalogs. You guys watching this at home, if you've got old Caliber catalogs, kitchen sink catalogs, Fantagraphics, Eros, any of these things, send them our way. I would love to see these catalogs.
Great episodes.
I'd see one or two back in the day, but Caliber had one, and I've never seen that, so I'd be curious about all those.
Totally. Oh, this is interesting, man. A voice is spawned. So the HBO Spawn cartoon is just coming out at this point, which kind of blows my mind. I thought that already happened. I thought we saw imagery from that like years ago in Spawn coverage, but Keith David is finally announced as the voice actor.
I did not know that was Keith David.
Oh,
That's
cool.
Yeah,
totally, man.
That's awesome.
Yeah, They Live.
Yeah, I love it.
He's the fella. So yeah, like I guess that got pushed back further than I realized.
Aaron Weisenfeld, one of the guys doing character design.
Yeah, that's true.
I didn't know that either. That's really interesting. I used to, I had my then girlfriend, now wife, had HBO at home, so I would make her record these for me because I didn't have HBO, but I had to watch the Spawn series. The fact that she agreed to that and stuck around was probably like, that was it. Where this is going to work out.
My art teacher at the Center for the Arts, like I would give him a VHS tape and get him to tape it for me. And the tape is better. I still have the tape. Don't have a VCR, but you can't find the Todd McFarlane like bumpers on the aftermarket stuff, the stuff that might be on YouTube or the final tapes and shit. So it's like that's the only place where you could get the Todd McFarlane Rod Serling impersonation where he's like inside of a warehouse with like lightning and shit coming through the windows with his fucking moosed hair. Blade is to be made. Blade the Immortal with Wesley Snipes is attached. It won't be, 3 years before we see it.
Am I wrong to think that Blade gets short shrift when it comes to like Marvel's cinematic success? I feel like
definitely.
Blade really
it started it off, no doubt.
Opened some doors, showed them that it could work.
Absolutely, man. It was like that comes first, and then Spider-Man, X-Men, and then we're off to the races. But there were 2 Blades, and the second one is
Guillermo del Toro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that flick was fucking dope.
Yeah, I feel like that's the one that elevated that. Is like, oh, we could do this big time.
Yeah, man. Picks from the Wizard's hat, Jimmy. Got the Jim Lee Wildcats with Alan Moore. We still got to get out of the Ron Garney Captain America universe. So there's a couple of those still to come out.
I think this may be it. I think this may be. Look, you see the no. This is the Swan song. That was, this might be the Wizard Rob Liefeld beef, because Wizard really went hard. I remember this being as like, oh man, people are mad because Captain America was good, and now they stopped that and they gave it to Rob Liefeld. And I don't know anything. I'm not reading Captain America either series. All I know is like this is the narrative that's coming out, and I think Wizard's the people putting out that narrative.
Yeah, man. I mean, that part with Frank Miller where the adjacent ad is a Rob Liefeld ad while you're getting dissed, like, I know there's not that many options to place ads back in those days, but that would fuck me up. I wouldn't be a little like, why couldn't it be this ad right here? Like,
sure.
You know what I mean? Like any other page, but the one facing it, that feels like a dick move.
That's a deep rib when your ad placement is the rib.
I mean, like you're going to look for it in the thing and then you maybe read the adjacent page. Why not? Hellboy Wake the Devil miniseries coming out.
Loving it, man. Hellboy really just doing the work, just making good comics.
Sin City, That Yellow Bastard is at issue 5 of 6. That was the first one that I started to pick up in proper issues. Probably started with Silent Night.
By the way, in the Miller sidebar, they're talking about upcoming stuff, and he references a Sin City that was before World War II. Haven't heard anything more about that.
Yeah, not at all. Like that, I think that might be the one that's going to be coming out from this Kayfabe company that he has right now. Because like you would see like the Native American, because you talk about the Western one. But what I will say is in that second Sin City movie, Dame to Kill For, there's a whole story that is not in the comics. And I think like I remember him talking about that in like letters columns and stuff about like the Nancy centric story. It's just in the movie and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, he also talks about writing a script for Sin City and then deciding he doesn't want to sell it to Hollywood. So it's possible he had written some stuff that then found its way once he found a deal he liked.
Right. With the figures, we're going to start getting those Youngblood action figures, and Wetworks is on the horizon, I believe.
One piece here is, Star Wars is coming in full force. Okay, that gets you, I don't know, not quite a column's worth. And then it's McFarlane. Like it is just the McFarlane toy column.
These Total Chaos things were dope, man. Like they would just be these insane looking sculptural fucking bad guys, like this guy right there with like a diorama with like broken walls and all kinds of just badass toys that don't fit into anything. It's not in Spawn. It's not licensed from anything. It's just letting his sculptors go ham and do some fucking crazy shit. Those things look awesome. We recently recorded an episode on Macross, and this kind of gives the breakdown on Macross. It's definitely...
See, you sold this differently than I was going to, and I was going to be like, oh, we should look at some of the comics that spring out of this.
Yeah, totally, man. What is funny, though, with Carl Gustav Horn is that he's very charitable when he talks about Macross coming over and being called Robotech and stuff, because he says that it's reasonably faithful. That's the only time I ever heard anybody say that is reasonably faithful to the source material. Ghost in the Shell getting promoted as the anime. We found out that Manga Video put in a couple $1 million into the production of that, and when I got this like the day it came out.
Dude, cool looking ad. Is it crazy to look at this ad and think 3 years before Matrix?
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that ad look like something that would be a Matrix ad?
Yeah, totally. Sanctuary is one of the picks of the month, and this was certainly the first time I saw, that imagery, and I always wanted to check out this comic. I ended up checking it out at the Pittsburgh Library, man. Ryoichi Ikegami doing like a 70s era, these two young boys grow up in the same neighborhood. One becomes like a cop, one becomes a John Gotti or something like that.
Yeah, it sounds really good. The duo try to... plotting a 2-track takeover of Japan. That sounds really cool.
Yeah, I got a couple volumes of this. This trinity right here, it kind of illustrates my interest in manga up to this point. So I would be going more in the direction of like Ryoichi Ikegami, Katsuhiro Otomo. When I see these kind of eyes, I'm not fucking with that at all.
Yeah.
I'm not looking at that at all. And like the Macross is like right in the middle.
You know what? One note on Macross is 1984 World Science Fiction Convention in Los Angeles is where the first three episodes are screened. I mention that because we look at the comic book that Kamiko puts out. Also, 1984, like they were moving quick on this.
Right.
Somebody saw it and went, "Hey, this is something. Let's get the rights. Let's put this in front of our audience." You know, like that's pretty quick turnaround.
So this is 94.
Well, that's later. That's a sequel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they trace that whole history. I like this article. It's pretty interesting to hear that. There's sequels. There's the plus version, which is 94. But you know, like the first U.S. screening or whatever is 84.
Oh,
and it's
okay.
like that's when the comic book adaptation comes out too. So like they licensed that and got to work.
Yeah.
That's a lot of faith in whatever they saw quickly and went, this is something.
Yeah,
I haven't seen this before. We want this.
Prime's the pump, man, because Voltron was earlier, and that was a revolution. That blew people's minds. So you can imagine that.
Yeah, I think that was my second grade morning show. That was like my every morning before school, eat my cereal and watch Voltron.
Right.
And I loved it, you know. I would have been part of that group.
And I formed the head.
God, the row beasts were like the greatest thing.
Yeah, man. Top 10, Preacher, number 1, has hit the top spot.
Heck yeah.
And then Wolverine 100, I was trying to figure out, like, what's so special about that?
Did he get his metal back?
Yeah. There's an earlier one that's like Wolverine 90, something like that. That I was scooping these shits off the racks, you know, like at Kmart and stuff. It's the one with Deadpool in silhouette holding up Wolverine with like knives and shit in them. That thing is worth a lot now because it's the first Deadpool versus Wolverine. So we might have to put that one under the microscope. That's Adam Kubert. Adam Kubert has a lot of good looking Wolverine comics. You want to hit this top 10?
I kind of said my piece earlier about like I just think those artists Joe Mad and J. Scott Campbell, like hot young artists with some real different influences. Nice to see them on the list.
Yeah, Jimmy, this might be it for me, man.
You know what? I got to comment on the top 100 in sales.
Yeah,
I was looking down this list and it's like last issue it was Marvel DC crossovers dominated. Like that was a real successful thing. They're gone now, so now we've got 4 Image books in the top 7. You know, and it's kind of Image and Marvel. But you start looking down and it's like the top DC book is Death, the Time of Your Life, number 3, not number 1.
right. That's
The
interesting.
third issue is the DC top selling book of the month.
And it's number 20 on the list.
It's incredible that that's there. So I thought we should look at Death at some point. But then you keep going down the line and it's like 27 is The Dreaming for DC, another Vertigo title. And then you get to Adventures in Superman, Batman Black and White, Detective Comics, and now like all of the DC stuff, all the way down until they get to Wonder Woman, until they get to Green Lantern rather at 59, it's all Batman or Superman books. That's all they've got. It's wild. 2 Vertigo books are the top DC books.
Yeah, that's fascinating, man. And you
Ahead
know
of
what?
all the Batman comics, ahead of all the Superman comics.
It looks like Chaos has 5 or 6 books in the top 100, which for a small business, man, that's really good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. DC really struggling sales-wise at this point. I mean, that's my takeaway.
Oh yeah.
But I would think maybe we should look at those Death books. They look nice.
If you got them.
I'll have to see what I have in there. I may be missing an issue or 2 somewhere, so I'll have to see if I am. I'll try to pick those up, and then we'll check that series out in the future.
I think this is it, Jimmy.
Yeah, there's not there's a Spawn profile with a couple of McFarlane quotes in it. Nothing really stands out. There's part of that profile is similar tastes, and he's saying if you like Spawn, and this is McFarlane quote, you'll enjoy Batman as a creature of the night character. I think people would like books such as Sandman or Sin City, though I don't profess to be in the same class of writing as those 2 books. Pretty
He knows
gracious.
it.
My goal has been to try and create a book that isn't quite like any other but stands on its own. I like that. I feel like everybody making comics aspire to create a book that isn't like anything else.
Sure. And the Wizard profile is with Bo Smith, who's one of the stable of the Todd McFarlane camp, doing writing Boof and the Bruise Crew, and I guess by the looks of this, he's going to be writing some kind of Spawn, some sort of Spawn ancillary material. This was a corny fucking profile. Like at the start, like where's it go? Bo Smith used to hurt people for money, but it's not what you think. It was always about abuse, says the good-natured West Virginia native. Women were being beat up by their husbands and boyfriends, and I would get these calls from them. It was like, here's the bar he frequents. This is when he's coming out. Why don't you go talk to him? Does this guy think he's fucking Batman or something?
What is going on with that paragraph? Does this mean that he goes to the bar and beats the dude up? Like, seriously, what is this story?
Yeah, he's a Superman.
It's really bizarre.
It's bullshit. Like, this guy, please.
And he does a lot of PR and marketing. So if this is like, oh, I'm going to do a funny icebreaker in the beginning, do a have somebody read this, because that paragraph is nuts.
It sounds like a goofy Rupert Pupkin comic fan promoting himself to other fucking losers by saying guts and glory kayfabe war stories.
It's strange.
Mike Tyson doesn't talk about how tough he is.
And furthermore, if this is true, if he's really doing this, write a book about it, Bo. Like this is fascinating if this is really something you have real experience with. But if not, like, what are you doing?
Yeah, that's corny as shit, man.
Strange.
It's so fake. And then it just gets into whatever he's doing. But that was the one piece that I'm like, immediately he's starting off on the wrong foot with me, because he is talking some smack.
It's very bizarre.
And it's just like you've heard that kind of shit from like homunculus, like nerd dudes, about how tough they are. I remember working in a call center with this dude, talked about he jabbed a sword through a dude who tried to rob him like the weekend before, and I'm like, and this ain't on the news? Like, you're telling me about it? He said he pinned a dude to a door, and I'm like, show me the proof. When did that happen, man? It's just these like loser type dudes telling stories of guts and glory.
It's very strange.
It's cornball shit, man. But there it is, 59 episodes of Wizard Down, Jimmy.
My goodness.
And
I need to wash my eyes out with some comics journals.
Yes, sir.
Even Amazing Heroes.
Yeah, man. We had to have a truncated recording week this week, because Jimmy and I, as of this recording, are going to head off to Baltimore Comic-Con. In fact, it's Sunday. We're at Baltimore Comic-Con, and by the time the show ends, we're driving home right after. So we got a very busy comic book day, but we'll get back to coverage of other types of material once we're out of here. Ultimately, we've got to thank you guys, man. Almost 60 episodes of Wizard in. That's freaking crazy. But the videos are daily vids, man. So like, follow, subscribe. I think on YouTube now there's like a drop down when you hit the bell. You could choose the frequency of notifications, so make sure that you get notified for all the vids that come through, because we do put them out on a very regular basis every single day. And we might have talked about your favorite comics at this point, man. 5 years in, almost 1,400 plus videos. Hit the little magnifying glass on the front page of the Cartoonist Kayfabe YouTube channel. Give it a search. Maybe we talked about your favorite comics. Maybe we didn't. And if that is the case, you got to let us know what those comics are, so that we can push them higher on our to-read pile. We have a Patreon. We're the King Kayfabers on the Patreon. Get all the videos before anybody else. We've got a couple dozen King Kayfabers hanging out in our exclusive private chat stream while we set that up as we record all the episodes for the week. Ultimately, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make, and we have a pretty busy year ahead of us, even though it's only about 3-4 months left in this year. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in time for Christmas. In fact, it's going to be here October 18th, which means that your store needs to buy it right now. They need to put in their orders ASAP, because we have to allocate what little shipments we have left. We got to get those to the right stores with people who want the book. 500 plus pages of material, 150 pages of stuff that is not in the first 4 Hip Hop Family Tree editions. So it's the ultimate statement. Make sure you order this. It's the best book I made, and I would love to have that on your bookshelf. The X-Men Grand Design Trilogy is coming out. Trade paperback edition of all of my X-Men Grand Design comics. Some of these big treasuries are out of print, so it'll be your way to get your hands on all of my X-Men Grand Design stuff. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there. Anti-Social Network and Trigger Warnings. Working on the Crypto Killers, the last round of Red Room comics. In fact, the 4th issue should be out this next week, if it hasn't just popped out the prior week. In issue 3, there's going to be a backup feature that has the characters that I'm going to be covering in my daily comic strip, which I'm serializing right now on my Patreon. $3 gets you the archive, and I put up new strips every Tuesday. And I'm going to be serializing this strip. It's called Switchblade Shorties. Every day beginning January 1st of 2024. Now, Jimmy, got to let the people know what you have coming out.
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is coming out in November, and you can pre-order that one now at your comic book shop. And I recommend that you pre-order that one now at your comic book shop so that they can put your name on a copy. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive, so get both. You'll have the complete set. They'll look good on your bookshelf. Hulk Grand Design, the treasury-sized collection, is out now, and I think it is sold out now at the distribution level. So if you want a copy of Hulk Grand Design, you need to pick that one up the next time you see it, because once those are gone, who knows if they'll be reprinted, and even if they are, who knows when they'll be reprinted. I've been self-publishing. A couple of my latest zines are the BW zine and the 1986 zine, showcasing the black and white explosion comics of the 1980s, as well as highlighting 1986, a very important year in the history of comics. I also self-published True Crime Funnies #1, 3 nonfiction stories, including a couple of wrestling comics. You can read these on my Patreon at patreon.com/JimRugg, and I will be offering them for sale on my website in late October. So if you need them in print, they will be coming soon.
Buy the books, keep the channel rocking. But there are some other ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Jimmy, if you let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe e-newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video in the show notes.
There you have it. Many ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel and keep these videos coming to you on a very regular basis. Jimmy, give them those final marching orders so that we can be on our way.
Read more comics.
There it is, King Kayfabers. Another weekend. We had to record a little early because Jimmy and I going to be heading to Baltimore.
We'll be in the car on Thursday.
And looking forward to meeting some of you guys. I see West Coast Dave Vengers is going to be there. George Vega is going to be there. And 1 or 2 other people from the King Kayfabe stream will be in Baltimore.
Yeah, it should be good. West Coast Dave Vengers, man, that's a long way to go.
Where's he coming from?
Well, I don't know, but I assume West Coast in his name.
Oh,
He's
right.
on the West Coast. But I don't know that for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a fun name. Maybe he's from there and he lives over here now. Not sure. Yeah, Jack Rickle says see you guys there. So hopefully quite a few Kayfabers will be at Baltimore Comic Con.
Yeah, fantastic. Looking forward to meeting you guys. We're going to be look for the big ass Cartoonist Kayfabe banner. Will be on display.
Yeah, bring your wish list if you are coming to that show because it is a place to shop.
So glad you figured out a way to get the banner to its maximum 16 feet high presentation. It's going to be busy. So we're gonna break out. Jimmy's gonna edit his vids. I'm gonna do mine. We got to use tomorrow for prep and packing and stuff, and then we hit the road Thursday. Man, busy week.
It is. It's always whenever you shorten these, like record on Thursday and then record on Tuesday, it's like these are weekly. So whenever it's shorter than a week, it's kind of like, oh, crazy weekend.
Yeah.
But oh well, not worth complaining about. Timothy asked if it's hot in Pittsburgh. I think it is, although
Pretty
it doesn't
brutal.
feel too bad here. I'm
Like,
sure when I wander out it will be.
Yeah, like I got the air conditioner blasting in there.
It was disgusting hot yesterday.
Yeah.
I'll say that.
Yeah. I took a walk and then I was ready for bed.
Yeah.
When I came back.
Yeah, if you're being here in Pittsburgh, it's not always hot like that, and I feel like I just don't acclimate. So if I go outside when it's really hot, I come in exhausted.
I feel like around this time of year we get this.
We get waves of it for sure.
Yeah.
Rob says feels like 41C here today. I don't know, Rob. You're talking in C.
Oh my goodness.
Nathan, what do you tell me more about this? He says Bill Boychelle is stepping down from copacetic retail. I have not heard that. Is that something that's been announced publicly?
If that's true, that's a sadness for people who are buying stuff. But it could be very great for us because we could bring that motherfucker in to do
That's
videos.
true. He could be a more regular.
He's got more time.
Become a regular.
He was interested before, but it's just that
Nathan
logistics
said
and
it's
stuff.
on the copacetic website. Man, got to look into that. Yeah, that will be a sad day. Best comic book store on earth. I'll say this: I don't know what the date is for that, but anybody that has like their bucket list of comic book stores and things to do in comics, man, Copacetic, if you haven't been there, maybe time to schedule a trip, because that is a special, unique store, and it will not be the same whenever Bill goes. Whether he sells it to somebody or just closes up shop, it will not be the same without Bill there.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you would hope he just closes it, because like whoever's gonna take it is a schmuck.
Yeah, it won't be the same. So, man, if that's on your list, make it a priority and get there before it's over. I was thinking about it because I came through Squirrel Hill today, and that's where Copacetic was before it's located now in Polish Hill. And I can just remember, like, it was a smaller shop than the room we're sitting in.
By a lot.
And I can remember, like, asking him about something, and he, like, moved a ceiling tile and had stuff, like, stored up in there.
That's funny. That's funny. I never seen it at that level, man. But, yeah, like, you could not have 3 people in it. And you could almost always find Danny Allen in there. So like, he's a person and a half.
Yes.
Big strong guy.
Big Dan is how I always knew him, so yes.
Yeah. And it would just be so full of stuff. And I would go there just for like the mini comics, really. He would always show up at all the small press shows and just buy, boxes full of like the new Kevin Huizengas and stuff. So like after we hung out the first time, you brought me a lot of mini comics, and I'm like, whoa, like mini comics ain't just like Tijuana Bibles, like the little 8-pager.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's what I was thinking of mini comics, because like that's just where, but like silkscreen covers and fold outs and all that stuff. So like the next day I went to his spot and was just like, give me all the Dan Zet walks, give me all the Kevin Huizengas you have, all the super monsters, remember? And
I can remember finding that store the first time and just being like, for as small as it was,
yeah,
it had like whatever interesting thing you were looking for, you could find there.
Yeah, super well curated, because it would have like, yes, it would have mainstream comics, but it would be like the choice mainstream joint. So it would have like the Marshall Rogers Batmans. Like, you're not getting every issue of Batman. You're getting like Year One. You're getting the Marshall Rogers piece. Another interesting piece here and there, and then like just real off the wall stuff. It's kind of hard for me to remember exactly what like you would immediately be seeing in that place, because it was shoe boxes and stuff, and it was like the Copacetic graphic design with the Helvetica fonts with the like bubble jet color printer, and just like boxes, like Amazon boxes full of stuff, and then he would just pull it down and it would be like odds and ends type comics.
I remember him selling me the George McManus Bringing Up Father collection, which like I didn't know that strip before then. Turns out that's a huge one in manga history, as being a big influence. But also like the Smithsonian collection of newspaper comics I got from him. Yeah. Both editions. I got I eventually went back and bought a hardcover from him and passed the paperback on. But man, I just remember those things. Like that book sat on my nightstand for like 2 years. That was such a pivotal, big changing book for me. But yeah, he always had stuff that I didn't know about and be quick to show it off. That was a remarkable store. I think I bought the little Nemo Sunday Press book from him, and it was similar to the Wally Wood Artist Edition, where it's like, I don't need to buy a $100 book. And then like once I saw it, I left with it.
Right.
Which is amazing in that store, because that would have been like half of the store whenever you open up that Nemo book.
Totally.
Was occupied by that Nemo book.
You know what? I think that might be one of my regrets of the Tash and sale. I think there's a Nemo book that I didn't have that
I think there's a big collection.
Was $100 bucks or something like that. Like I actually meant to get that.
Yeah, it's probably in line with like that Crazy Cat book. It's like
right.
A big oversized.
Yeah, and they did several versions. Like I have one. Maybe it's the same one. I just don't know. I don't think so, because mine is blue, and it wasn't blue. So I don't know what that was, man. But yeah, man, like gonna have to hit up Bill after this after the stream goes down and just see what the fuck is up.
Yeah, it's big news, man. If I'd have got that in the beginning of this record session, it'd be a whole different dynamic.
Right? Yeah, because it's on the mind now.
Yeah, I'll be thinking about it. Yeah, it's one of those things like if you have a good comic book store,
can't take it for granted. Can't take it for granted, man.
All right. Well, thanks again, guys. Have a good weekend, and like I said, hopefully we'll see a bunch of you guys in Baltimore.
Yeah, cheers. We'll see you this weekend, and for the King Kayfabers who are not going to be in Baltimore, business as usual next week. We'll be back on the doing business Thursday. So take care, and expect to see videos starting to show up. As the